We're going to share. And we're going to walk through this scenario together. We're gonna come up with a scenario, and we're going to determine together whether or not, or when I should say, we put our buyers and sellers under contract. So we're going to look at that magic moment in time, run through what could very well be a real life scenario, real world scenario. So on your blank piece of paper, I want you to draw the line. Not a very exciting name for it, I know. I call it the contract formation wall. Kind of boring, but I need the line because we got to see, and that's the important thing about this contract formation is seeing when it crosses the line. So on one side of the line, we got the selling agent working with the buyer. And in this example, the buyer is going to start as the offer or the one making the offer. And on the other side of the line, we got the listing agent working with the seller as the offeree. So your piece of paper should look very similar to my piece of paper right now. And let's go ahead and assign us a role. And we're going to call ourselves the selling agent. We're working with the buyer. We've been out with buyers or with this buyer for, whatever it takes. That's a common question I get. How many houses do I have to show them? However many it takes. Maybe they walk in the front door of the first house and say, this is the one. Or maybe you show them 20, maybe you're with them for a couple weeks, couple months. That's the whole idea of that agency thing. So we've been with this buyer. We've been showing them property. We walk in the front door of one this morning and they say, this is it. This is the one I want to buy. Let's write it up. So we're going to sit down with our buyer and we're going to discuss the terms of the offer. So we're going to look at just some examples here. We're going to look at a purchase price of 250. We're going to say a due diligence fee of 2,000. Let's say an earnest money deposit, just making numbers up. I've sat down with my buyer and gone over this stuff. I want a due diligence date. Let's go till the end of the month. Settlement or closing date. Let's close, I don't know, middle February. Nope, next month, February. November, whatever month. The buyer wants to ask the seller for a home warranty and they want seller pay closing costs of, I don't know, $3,000. So we sit down, and this is a lot of the good blanks in the offer, purchase, and contract. And that's what we're doing with our buyer when we talk about let's write it up. We're sitting down with the contract that we looked at last week. Or last class. We're going through those blanks and we're saying how much do you want to offer, what's due diligence are you comfortable with, when would you like to close, do you want to ask the seller for closing costs, etc. So we're going through and helping the buyer complete their negotiable terms. Once the buyer signs, or excuse me, once we write up the offer, we fill in the blanks for the buyer, then we're going to send that offer to our buyer to sign. We've got to send a signed offer. Otherwise, the seller doesn't know that I have a serious buyer. So I send it to my buyer. I say I filled in all the blanks that we discussed. I included the ARPOs, the MOG, any applicable addenda. We have our offer together. And now I am sending the offer to the listing agent. I have presented the offer. Shake your head, yes or no. I've presented the offer. Are we under contract? Not even close, are we? All I've done is said, hey, here's my guy's offer. These are their terms. This is what they would like to offer you. We have made our offer. We have presented our offer to the listing agent. The listing agent calls their seller and says, let's do another color here. So the listing agent calls their seller and says, we have an offer. These are the terms of the offer. The buyer would like 250. closing on this date, due diligence, earnest money, etc. The seller, as the offeree, has three choices. Let's hit this strong, y'all. What are the seller's three choices? They can so lots of mouths move. They can accept the offer exactly how it is. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Accept all terms exactly. If the seller said, for example, no, 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 we're out of town the 15th. Can't we just close on the 14th? It's only a day. Is that accepting the terms exactly the way they are? No, I don't care how small and insignificant that change is. It's only a day. It might even only be like 12 hours. As long as the seller is accepting, they're agreeing to all of these terms exactly the way that they are. The other option the seller has is they could say, I'm going to reject it. Flat out no, thanks, but no thanks, in which case this offer's dead on the table. Both parties go about their lives as if this never happened. Nobody's out anything. The seller just said no. And then a third option, probably a very real world scenario, is a counter offer. So in a counter offer, the roles reverse. The seller is now acting as the offeror, making an offer to the buyer, the offeree. And the seller's counteroffer may say something like, I'm good with the due diligence, I'm good with the earnest money, I'm good with the dates. Let's see, I need a little bit more. My house was listed for, 275, so I'm going to counter at 265. So I'm not good with the purchase price. I am not paying for a home warranty for you, but I will pay seller pay closing costs. So with a counter offer, we're partially there. The seller has said they're good with this, this, and this, but they are not good in this case with the purchase price and the home warranty. So the seller is countered. The roles have reversed. The listing agent contacts the buyer's agent and says, my guys have countered. Oh no. And says, my guys have countered. So now the listing agent has contacted the selling agent with the counter. The selling agent calls their buyer and says, we have a counter offer. They're good with all the terms except for the closing or the purchase price and the home warranty. Counter offer. Shake your head, yes or no. Are we under contract? No. Is the buyer bound to 265? Is the buyer bound to these terms? No, because the buyer's now the offeree. So as the offeree, what are the buyer's three choices? They can accept, reject, or counter. Nobody's bound to nothing until we have a contract. All we're doing right now is just bouncing stuff back and forth. Questions so far? Counter offer. Roles reverse. So you as a selling agent call your buyer and say, we got a counter, which is better than a rejection. So we got a counter offer. The buyer's got three choices. They can accept the seller's terms, they can reject it, or they can counter back. If they counter back, then those roles reverse again. Every time we have a counter offer, the roles reverse, and we need to see who is the last offeree and the last offeror, which is why I suggest drawing it out so we can see it bounce back and forth, especially if you have a counter or two. So we call our buyer, we say we have a counter offer. They've come back at 265 and they're not going to pay for the home warranty. The buyer can accept it, reject it, or counter it. They say, you know what, I'm good with this and whatever. I don't need a home warranty or I can pay for one. So the buyer says that they have accepted the terms of the seller's offer. For your exams, when my exams tells me that they have accepted, what does that mean? I love you guys shouting at me. When we see on our exams it has been accepted, everybody please write this down for me. Problem topic. On your exams, when they tell you it's been accepted, we know that it has been signed. In the real world, I need you to verify it. There's real world and there's pre-licensing world. In the real world, when the other agent calls you and says, my guys have accepted, your knee-jerk reaction needs to be to ask, but has it been signed? Because if you have something else you might want to write down for me, if you got verbal acceptance, you got nothing. You got nothing with verbal acceptance. So is everybody good with that? Pre-licensing world. The exam says the buyer has accepted. And in pre-licensing world, we know that it means that it has been signed. So I have acceptance. They have agreed to the terms. We have signatures. Shake your head, yes or no. Are we under contract? I'm halfway there. Step one, I have acceptance. Next step, I need communication of acceptance. The person making the offer has to know that their offer's been accepted. And this is where we have to pay attention on our exams. This is what they like to do to you. Buyer's age or the buyer calls their agent and says, I have signed, I have accepted. When the buyer called their agent, the communication crossed the line. Nope. So if communication hasn't crossed the line yet, are we under contract? No. So the buyer calls their agent, says, I've accepted. In the real world, ask, did y'all sign that? And then the next thing the buyer's going to do is tell the listing agent, my guys have signed. Did communication cross the line? When the selling agent called the listing agent, did communication cross the line? Are we under contract? Congratulations, folks. Now the listing agent has got to contact their seller. We're still on this side of the line. Once communication crosses the line, and that's what I need you guys to see. And by the way, communication could cross the line. I could tell you, I could call you, leave you a voicemail. My guys have accepted. And then I'm going to follow it up later today with an email. Everybody show me which form of communication put us under contract. Number one, when I left the voicemail, or number two, when I sent the email. Which one put us under contract? And it is the first one. Communication of acceptance is the first time it crosses the line. So once it crosses the line the first time, everything after that is just a follow up again. Please hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying delivering the signed contract. I'm saying communicating acceptance. And acceptance means it has been signed. We are communicating the fact that it's been signed. Congratulations, folks. We're under contract. Listing agents, I need you to call your seller right away and tell them the good news. And this call isn't, are you sure you still want to sell? This call is a congratulations, you are under contract to sell. Questions on this? Questions on the contract formation? We must have those two things. So let's throw a little, just a little curveball at you. So again, you're the buyer's agent, you're the selling agent working with the buyer. You're negotiating, you're back and forth, but you're busy. This isn't the only buyer you're working with, the only client you're working with. You got several things going on. Plus, you have a family, you have friends, you have other stuff. So you got things going on. Everybody has things going on. So your buyer calls you, you're out and about doing your thing today, and your buyer calls you and says, I'm good with these terms, I accept. And you say, awesome. Have you signed? And they say, oh, yeah, yeah, we signed, we're good. And you say, great. Congratulations, you're under contract. Did you just lie to your buyer first off? Lie's kind of strong. Did you just tell them a little fib? Which in the legalities, this is a big fib. So y'all don't tell your people you're under contract until you are. So you tell your buyer, awesome, congratulations. Because you know all you have to do at this point is make a phone call. So you hang up with your buyer, and then you get busy, and other phone calls come in and emails, and maybe you're driving and you're not at a place that you can pull over and communicate with the listing agent right now. Life has come up, life has happened, and you don't get to the listing agent until this afternoon. You didn't communicate acceptance until this afternoon. Are you under contract? This afternoon you are, but right now, this morning, when your buyer calls you, are you under contract? No, because you didn't take that last step. You didn't communicate. You didn't have that communication of acceptance cross the line. So, what if? In the meantime, the seller gets another offer. Guess what? That other offer is better than the one that your buyers presented. They're offering more due diligence. They're offering a shorter closing. They never asked for seller pay closing costs. Could the seller accept that second offer? Yeah, because your communication didn't cross the line. Your buyer's not under contract. Another offer, a better offer comes swooping in and seller accepts it because why wouldn't they? And now you got to call your buyer back and say, I guess we weren't under contract after all. I'm so sorry you lost your dream home. Do you want to get back out tomorrow and look again? Does that sit right with you? Guys, it's the importance of communicating quickly. I would have a hard time sleeping tonight if I knew my buyer lost their home because I couldn't send a text or make a phone call. Anybody else? I'd have a very hard time tonight. I'd have a very hard time looking at myself in the mirror knowing that I was the reason because I couldn't send communication of acceptance. So make sure you are communicating. Like we said the other day, if you're going to be out of pocket for a day or whatever a week, then have somebody help you out because real estate buyers and sellers don't slow down for us to go to the beach. So we got to keep that communication going. And if I don't tell the seller, excuse me, if I don't tell the listing agent that my guy's accepted, another offer, and this happens on the regular, another offer comes in, of course the seller's going to take the better offer. Why wouldn't they? So it's a matter of communicating of acceptance, but it's also a matter of communicating that acceptance promptly. It takes nothing to pull over on the side of the road and send a text to the listing agent that says, my guys have accepted. I will send you the signed contract later today. How long did it take you to formulate and send that text? Questions, comments? I'll never forget I was doing an open house one time and it was a slow open house. So I had a couple come in and I was glad to see him because I don't know that I saw many other people that afternoon. Open houses, you either see a whole bunch of people or you have some nice quiet downtime for a couple hours. Be prepared, take stuff to do. So it was one of those down open houses, and a couple came in and they weren't real talkative. They were standoffish, which is fine. I totally get that. I'm prepared for that. And I invited them in and told them to look around, and they went and did their thing. And on their way back out, I said, "Did you guys have any questions on the home? Anything I can help you with?" And they said, "Yeah, we're kind of looking." They said, we're a little deflated." They said, "We found a home and went under contract, but before the seller could sign, they accepted another offer." So back to what he said, we were under contract. Were they before the seller could sign? No. Unfortunately, all they had was verbal acceptance. And if you got verbal acceptance, you have absolutely nothing. And so before the seller signed, that's exactly what happened. A better offer came swooping in. Obviously, the seller accepted that better offer. And then this couple at my open house said something I will never forget. They said the seller accepted another offer before they would sign. And then they said, "We don't play that game." And I thought, folks, this isn't a game. This is basic contract formation. If you got verbal, you got nothing. Yeah, I'll sign it later. What you got? Nothing. What could happen between now and later? All kinds of things. So it's the difference of in your hand versus on its way. I must have acceptance by the last offeree. I must have communication of acceptance by the last offeror. Questions on contract formation? Can I erase? So we left each other last class looking at the various addenda. So we talked about we're talking about some commonly used addenda. A couple of things, a reminder real quick. First off, sometimes addenda create conflict with the contract. Sometimes there's verbiage in the addenda that directly conflicts with what's in the contract. And when that happens, the addenda will rule because the addenda is what we added to, the one that we created. So then we started talking about commonly used addenda, the ones you're likely to see the most often. And again, you don't have to look at the forms yet. You will eventually. But the important thing right now is that we have a basic understanding of what these commonly used addenda do. And if you see any of these on your exam, imagine they'll give you like a scenario and say, which addenda would you use based on this situation? Which addenda would you attach? So then we just went through and started talking about, we looked at our FHA VA financing addendum that we learned that will protect the buyer's earnest money in the event they terminate because the property does not appraise. And it protects their buyer's earnest money whether they terminate inside of due diligence or outside of due diligence. It also addresses issues with the VA that the seller may be on the hook for paying certain things. It's just a quick review. We saw this before we left on Tuesday. We looked at addenda that could create a buyer possession before closing or a seller possession after closing, in which case somebody's acting as the landlord and paying rent. Somebody's acting as the tenant and paying rent to the party that's living there, to the landlord. So whomever is the owner in this case is considered the landlord. A good rule of thumb is the one that lives there is the one that's responsible for maintenance and taking trash out and utilities. So whomever's living there is going to be the one responsible for the home. Of course, the tenant will pay the landlord rent, and the parties have to agree on how much. It's short-term use only, so we might just be looking at 2 or 3 days. So how much rent would the owner charge the tenant? 3 days, 5 days, whatever. We have to come to that term. If it's longer than short-term use, and they do not define short-term or long-term, but if it's longer than anybody would consider short-term use, then these forms aren't going to apply, and we're encouraged to use a pre-printed lease that we have available to us. I would say a good rule of thumb is like 7 to 14 days. 14 seems really long to me. because these addenda they're not a full-blown lease. They're just meant for a couple day transition to assist buyer and seller. Another one that we looked at was our lead-based paint. I think we're good with this one. All residential property, anything built prior to 1978. If it was built in 1979, we don't have to worry about the lead-based paint. All residential homes, and again, this is the form that does not say, oh, your home was built prior to 1978, you've got lead. What it's saying is because of the year that it was built, you may have lead. And it's up to the buyer to decide if they want to have it inspected during their due diligence. And then the last one, yeah, we looked at was the good one, the additional provisions addendum. And like I said, I think of all the addenda, this is the one that we see the most often, just because these are like commonly used terms that we see these quite a bit, but they're just not common enough to make it into the contract yet. So this is where we left each other on Tuesday, just talking about the various provisions of the additional provisions addendum. There's some other commonly used addenda that we very well will come across. I have an owner's association disclosure addendum. We're going to use this. Think of new construction properties. Remember, the residential property and owner association disclosure statement is not required for new construction. The RPODS is not required, if I may word that another way, for never been lived in dwelling. So a new construction that's never had an occupant does not require the RPODS. However, that new construction might be in an HOA. So although we don't have a property to disclose, we still have an HOA to disclose. And so we got a form for that, the Owners Association Disclosure Addendum. Not all of us are going to deal with this one, but some of you are lucky enough. If you work or live in an area that deals with a lot of vacation rental properties, maybe you're at the beach or plan to be at the beach or the mountains or the lake or wherever you like to vacation. So if the property being sold is currently being used as a vacation property, then it falls under the North Carolina Vacation Rental Act. And that vacation home, that vacation property, we would have to attach the vacation rental addendum. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Vacation Rental Act when we get to 13, our landlord tenant unit. Talk a little bit about Vacation Rental Act. Most of us, this doesn't apply to. I mean, Winston-Salem's lovely, but people are not vacationing here. So unless you're at the coast or the mountains or somewhere that deals with a lot of vacation rental properties, and if so, you definitely got a lot more training, a lot more experience to come with this. But just focusing on the addenda and what they do. Another addendum we have is a short sale addendum. And we've talked about short sales. So the short sale addendum does a couple things. It's a really good form. And the first thing that the short sale addendum does is define what a short sale is. And in order to have a short sale, I must have these three pieces. So the owner owns more than the property is worth. Number one is saying that the seller is underwater. They owe more than what they can sell their home for. So the first step to possibly qualify for a short sale is you're underwater. In addition to being underwater, the owner doesn't have enough liquid assets to make up the difference. Liquid assets are readily available cash. So in addition to owing more than what the property's worth, the seller doesn't have the cash to make up the difference. If they drain their savings account and cash in their stocks and bonds, they still don't have the cash to make up the difference. And then the third piece is the lien holder's approval, and not just one of the lien holders' approval. I need all of the lien holders to approve. And what they're agreeing to is to release their liens by receiving less than what they are owed. And if all lien holders agree to release their liens for receiving less than what they're owed, then we have a short sale. If one lien holder says, nope, I'm not doing it, then we do not have a short sale. We cannot continue. So that's why when we advertise these things, we call them a potential short sale, because we don't know until we have a contract, until we have a buyer, the lien holders aren't going to touch it. So the first thing the addenda does that I really want us to see is it gives us the definition of what might qualify for a short sale. The addenda then goes on, there's lots of good stuff in this one. The addendum then goes on to allow either party to terminate prior to lien holder's approval. So, like we said, the lien holders aren't going to start their process until I have a legitimate bona fide contract in my hand. They're not going to touch it until they know what a buyer is actually willing to pay for the home. They have an exact number that they can work with. The lien holder's approval is not short. Do not let the name of these things fool you. A short sale has nothing to do with the amount of time. A short sale is referring to the fact that the seller is short on funds. The seller is short on money. Guys, the hard truth with these things, they say on average you can expect up to 6 months before we get lien holders approval. So we go under contract and everybody's instructed just to sit still and be patient until the phone rings. Is it going to ring in 2 months, 6 months, 8 months? We don't know. So during that time, while we're sitting still, if either party wants to terminate, the short sale addendum gives them an out. The buyer will put down earnest money. Remember, the whole point of earnest money is to show the buyer's good faith. So earnest money will be hanging out in an escrow account. If either party terminates prior to the lien holder's approval, the buyer's going to get their earnest money back. If we do get lien holder approval, the buyer's in their due diligence period, they'll put down their due diligence fee. They're still not in danger of losing the earnest money until after due diligence. So this form protects that money for them if we never get lien holder approval or if we terminate. And then the other thing that this form does, and this is really interesting, it creates a contingency. Remember, we said a contingency said if A never happens, that nobody's legally obligated to do B. So the contingency in the short sale addendum is on the seller. And what the contingency does to the seller, it says, is if you don't get all lien holders' approval, then you don't have to sell. This sale is contingent on all lien holders' approval. And if one says no, the seller's not legally, contractually obligated to sell. It's only contingent on all of the lien holders agreeing, all of the lien holders accepting those terms. I think I told you guys about that 11.5 month short sale I did. We were out looking at property, not a lot, but we were out. Something hit the market my guys want to see, because we knew until we had that lien holder's approval, if we found something we liked better, we could get out. The short sale creates an out. It's hard to lock somebody down or two parties down for like 6 months, right? So it creates an out. Questions on the short sale addendum? Another addendum, another good one, is a backup contract addendum. The property is under contract. Just because we're under contract doesn't necessarily mean showings stop. We could still allow showings. We could still have buyers come through. That's a conversation you need to have with your seller. Remember the due diligence period. A lot of people think the buyer's paying the seller to take their home off the market and not allow any more showings. And that is not what it's about at all. The buyer's paying the seller in due diligence only for the right to terminate for any reason or no reason. The seller has every right to allow showings. So we're under contract. Maybe we're still allowing showings. And another offer comes in. Who can remind me which offers do I present to my sellers? As the listing agent, which offers do I present to my sellers? Just the good ones? Is that the ones I present? Just the ones I want to work with? The ones I want to deal with? Which ones do I present?
All offers.
There it is. All of them. I present all offers. So listing agents, you're under contract, another offer comes in. You don't want to deal with another offer. Do you have a choice here? No. Another offer comes in, we have to present all offers. When that other offer comes in, there's a really good chance that that offer comes in or it should come in with a backup contract addendum. The parties negotiate the terms like they always have. Buyer makes an offer, seller accepts, rejects, or counters till we have acceptance and communication of acceptance. Once we have communication of acceptance, that buyer, that second buyer, is placed in a backup position. And what it means to be in a backup position is that buyer, it's funny to think about this, but that buyer standing there, fingers crossed, hoping and praying that the primary buyer terminates. Because if the primary buyer terminates for any reason, that secondary buyer is moved up to the primary position. If the primary buys, the backup never becomes a primary, obviously. They're going to put earnest money down, but they will get it back. If they never become the primary position, they will get their earnest money back. And they don't have to pay due diligence until and if they become the primary. So they're not out any money until and if they become the primary. So the backup contract addendum allows us to put a buyer in that backup, that secondary position. If the primary buys, we're not out anything. We'll get our earnest money back. We didn't put down due diligence. If the primary doesn't buy, we're going to get notified. The addendum has a notification page notifying the buyer and the buyer's agent. Congratulations, you moved up to a primary position. Now your due diligence starts. Now your contract to closing starts. Questions on the contract? I'm sorry, backup contract addendum. So I hope, as I've alluded to, we're just easing you into the forms. I got lots of other forms too. I really hope you guys like paperwork because you're coming into a great industry if you are. When I say there's a form for everything, I'm like kind of joking, kind of not. We have a form for many situations. So there's other addenda. We just looked at a handful. But there's also forms to assist us with our repair request negotiations. So we can negotiate repairs if the seller's willing to engage in that negotiation. I have forms to help us negotiate. And then unfortunately, we sometimes terminate. So we have termination forms that address the release of the earnest money, even though the contract's quite clear on what happens to the earnest money if we terminate. The parties still have to agree to release it. The escrow agent can't release it just on their own. They have to have permission from the parties. And so these termination forms address things like the release of the earnest money, termination of the contract, etc. Juliana, did you have a question? Good morning.
No, sir.
Okay, just checking. So guys, you'll meet more forms in post licensing. And again, in the real world, I don't know how many forms are in our form library. There's forms for residential sales. There's form for commercial. There's form for property managers. So we're at whatever avenue you're going, there's a good chance that North Carolina Association of Realtors has mostly have your back. The unique situations, the rare situations, we may not have a form for that. But as long as a form applies to your situation as a realtor, as a member of the National Association of Realtors, that's a big part of our benefits, is we get the pre-printed forms. I want everybody to pinky swear me that you are never going to send anything to a buyer or seller to have them sign without you looking it over at first. Pinky swear me right now. Because if you don't know what it says, how are you old carring? Everybody with me? And when in doubt, find out. If you don't know what the form says or means, you have the resources. Questions? Next little section. We've talked about last class, we talked about terminating an offer, the different ways that an offer can terminate. So now we need to talk about the different methods that a contract can terminate. We have a legally binding contract. How can we get out of it? What are the legal remedies if a party breaches? The contract's pretty clear about what both parties' obligations are, what their duties are to each other. A good contract also has to spell out what happens if they don't do what they promised to do, what happens if they don't do what they said they would do in the contract. So, terminating a contract is never fun, but it is part of real estate. Sometimes they get to closing, sometimes they don't. So, what can end a contract? Well, in a perfect world, let's get these things to closing. Once all the terms of the contract have been met, the contract has been terminated due to full performance. In real estate, when the deed changes hands, when the buyer's brand new deed has been recorded at the Register of Deeds, full performance has happened, and that contract no longer means anything because all the terms have been met. So let's wake up every morning and strive for full performance. I like to dream. And most of them will close. I don't want to scare anybody. But the truth is, you guys, the hard truth is they're not all going to close. So if they don't all close, how else can they end? If the parties agree to enter into the contract together, then the parties can agree to get out. So buyer and seller could mutually agree to terminate. They could mutually agree to release each other. They agreed to enter into the contract together. They can also agree to let each other out, walk away. We could also agree something called accord and satisfaction as partial performance. So maybe we agreed to terms in the contract, but due to various circumstances, we couldn't perform exactly as promised. I promised you the moon and the stars, but I can only deliver the moon. Would you take the moon for partial performance? Accord and satisfaction. We're kind of renegotiating to see if we can make this happen. Maybe I'm a flipper and I put in all new appliances in the house, or I'm going to put in all new appliances in the kitchen. And I might agree to give you Whirlpool appliances. I'm making stuff up. So we specifically agree to Whirlpool appliances. and I go to the store to get your Whirlpool appliances and they're sold out, they don't have Whirlpool, they won't have available again until after we close. We may need to come back and do accord and satisfaction for another brand, for example, or negotiate the time. I can't deliver as promised. So accord and satisfaction, what can we come up with something? If not, we mutually agree to terminate. If so, we can do an amendment. Another thing that will terminate a contract is operation of law. So if the judge comes in and takes the property while we're under contract, the judge comes in and takes the property while we're under contract, it is no longer the seller's to sell. So by default, we've eliminated one of the parties, which means we have terminated the contract. And what are some examples we've talked about why the judge may take the property? Well, foreclosure, adverse possession, eminent domain. So operation of law could terminate. You know, we mentioned the other day, let me go back to mutual assent for a second. We mentioned the other day, and we're going to see it again. Death of either party is only an out when you're negotiating the offer. Once you're under contract, death is not an out. So the question I always get is, the buyer dies, what happens? Well, the contract's pretty clear on that. The contract tells us that the contract, our sales contract, is binding to the parties and their heirs. So when your buyer dies, that means their heirs kick in. And guys, when people pass away, things slow down because now we might be dealing with heirs or estates or whatever. So we're probably going to have a delay in closing. But it could be, you know, maybe the seller's kind of a stickler. And they say, no, I'm going to hold the buyer's heirs to this contract. Okay, they have every right to do that. And if the heirs can't or won't perform, then they're going to suffer the consequences of breach. But maybe the seller has a kind heart and they mutually agree to release the buyer's heirs. So unfortunately, people do pass away, and unfortunately, it can't happen while we're under contract. We have a decision to make. Are you going to hold this party's heirs to it? Or are you going to mutually agree to let them go? Questions on how our contracts can terminate? It's not uncommon after the transactions, whether we terminate or not. I'm not going to say that. Occasionally, after it closes, buyer may want to go after the seller may want to go after the buyer in a court of law. It's occasionally that it happens. And if your former client wants to go after the other party, there's a good chance that they're going to call you and say, I want to sue the seller. What should I do? What do y'all think we're going to tell them to do? You going to whip out your law book and start giving them legal advice? No. When they come to you saying they want to go after the other party after closing, we need to get them to their attorney so their attorney can discuss their options. But one thing we need to keep in mind, and that the attorney will as well, is there's something out there called the statute of limitations. This is not specific to real estate, but the statute of limitations puts a timeline on how long you have to bring a lawsuit on somebody. And once the statute of limitations has run out, then that party has lost their right to sue. They have lost their right to bring that lawsuit. And this is something that an attorney, you and I don't even know how long the statute of limitations are, but this is a big reason why we need to get them to an attorney. First question is, are they within their statute of limitations? Do they have a leg to stand on? And that's all stuff that an attorney can address with them. Another thing that may terminate a contract is impossibility to perform. So we had partial performance, accord and satisfaction. But now what we're saying is it's impossible for me to perform as promised. So if I'm under contract to buy this person's house on 123 Main Street, I'm under contract to buy a house, and the house on 123 Main Street burns down while we're under contract, the seller can no longer perform as promised. They can no longer sell the house they promised to sell me. It might be impossible for the seller to perform. Remember, the contract in that case gives the buyer some options. You can terminate and get your monies back, or you can keep the contract, collect the seller's insurance proceeds, and rebuild. Another example, impossibility to perform. What if we find out once we're under contract that the buyer's not going to get loan approval? The lender can't approve their loan. I may try another lender or three. But bottom line, if we can't get the buyer approved, then it's impossible for them to perform. They're going to suffer the consequences of breach for sure. But impossibility of performance, what's that old saying? You can't bleed a turnip. So if the buyer doesn't have loan approval, if they don't have the cash, if the seller doesn't have the property, then it's hard for either party to perform. So as we said, what if either buyer or seller passes away? Shake your head. Is the contract automatically terminated? No. Death is not an out once you're under contract. It's not an automatic out. We have a discussion. We have a decision to make. So we're under contract. Either party passes away. Death is not an automatic out. It could be an out if negotiated, but it's not an automatic out. What if the individual broker passes away while we're under contract? How's that going to affect the sales contract? Think about who the parties to the sales contract are. And think about who the party's agency relationship is with. So we're under contract and the individual broker passes away. The show goes on. It doesn't affect the agency agreement. Now, if that broker is a one-man show, a sole proprietor, now we got a problem because we don't have agency. But if it's a firm and the individual passes away, yep. Questions? Okay. It's break time already. So let's take 10. We come back more, keep going in 8. We'll finish 8 up this next hour, actually. So let's take 10. Right. Welcome back. So let's go back and pick up some of those terms we saw the other day when we reviewed our contract, just to make sure we got on some of the highlights. So this could be a pretty good review for some of the things that we saw. We have mentioned an assignment. Contract is an assignable. We're dealing with an assignment. With an assignment, all the terms stay the same. The only thing that changes is the name of one of the parties. So one of the parties is assigning their contractual obligation, their contractual duties to another party. A great example of an assignment is when a player on the secondary market purchases your loan. That secondary market is going to buy the loan with that interest rate, those terms that you originated the loan with. The terms are not going to change. But when the lender sells their loan, what is going to change is the name of one of that parties. So in basic contract law, the question is, are contracts assignable? Could another party take over those contractual duties and obligations? And the big answer is yes, generally speaking. Most of our contracts have some kind of verbiage in there to whether or not this contract can or cannot be assigned. So a good contract is going to spell it out, whether or not it can or cannot be assigned. In our sales contract, the one that we looked at the other day, the contract could be assigned as long as we have written permission by all parties. So again, it doesn't happen automatically. Both buyer and seller have to agree to the assignment. Another contract term is a novation. Novation is Latin for new. So with the novation, we're substituting a new contract for a previous contract. Once upon a time ago, we did novations a lot when contracts, the actual document, were going back and forth, fax machines. Who remembers the fax? That smudgy, greasy, slippery, right? And after that thing went over the fax machine a couple times, it got smudgy. You couldn't tell, you couldn't make it out. You didn't know what was what. And so the recommendation, once it went back and forth on the fax machine a few times, for example, the recommendation is to do a novation. Now that we have these agreed upon terms, let's do a nice, neat new one that we can all read. I was fortunate enough, I did a novation several years ago. I was the listing agent, and my sellers were investors. They were flippers. So they bought the home, they flipped it, they were ready to list it, put it on the market, and that's when I showed up. So we were on the market and we got an offer. Buyer came in, made the offer, we went under contract. It was a good deal. The buyer was getting an FHA loan. And I learned something that day. I didn't know, fun fact, you don't need to know this for your test, but I didn't know that FHA loans, the lender requires the owner to own the property for 90 days before they can sell it. Everybody with me? FHA says you got to own for 90 days before you can sell it. Y'all, the day we went under contract was day 89. Lender said, underwriting's going to kick this back because we don't have the 90 days. So everybody chilled out for that day. And then on the next day, we did a novation. We substituted the new contract with those dates that align with the lenders. And I learned something that day too. So novation is just new. We're substituting a new contract for an existing one. Another contract term is the parole evidence rule. And what the parole evidence rule says is that the final written word of the contract wins. Any previous negotiations, any previous advertising, if it doesn't make it to the final written word of the contract, then it doesn't count. All negotiable terms, all terms that we agree to, must be in the written contract or it won't count. So the refrigerator is personal property. It's negotiable. Maybe the seller's willing to leave it, maybe they're not. In this case, the seller says at the listing appointment, I'm going to leave the refrigerator. The listing agent puts it in their remarks for the public, refrigerator to remain with acceptable offer. Buyer comes in, writes up the offer, makes the offer, says, do I get the fridge? And everybody is on agreement. Everybody is on the same page. Yes, the fridge is yours. But guess what? The fridge never makes it to the contract. Yes or no? Is the seller contractually obligated to leave the fridge? And the parole evidence rule says no. I don't matter that we were all on the same page. It doesn't matter that we advertise it. You could go back online and find that advertised, but if it doesn't make it to the written contract, it doesn't count. So parole evidence rule says that all points of negotiation must be in the contract. And if you're buyers and sellers, remember, you and I can't draft, but they can. Just because they can doesn't mean that they should. But if the parties to the contract make handwritten changes, parole evidence rule says that their changes will override the pre-printed language, which is exactly why when your buyer or seller says this doesn't apply to us, I want to cross it out, or let me just strike through this, or let me add that. When your buyer and seller start acting like they're going to change the pre-printed words of the contract, we need to get them to an attorney so the attorney can explain the legal ramifications of those handwritten changes. Parole evidence rule. Questions on this one? The other thing contracts are going to give us are remedies. And I got several different types of remedies. The first type of remedies we have are money damages. So if somebody breaches, if somebody terminates, what are the remedies available? And there are money damage remedies. One of those money damages are compensatory damages, also known as actual damages. In our sales contract, the buyer, if the seller's in breach, one of the buyer's legal options for breach is compensatory damages. The buyer could go after the breaching seller to be reimbursed for the earnest money, the due diligence fee, and all money that they have spent as part of their due diligence. Have they paid for the appraisal? Have they had the home inspection done, the survey done? With compensatory damages, you're trying to place somebody back in the financial position they were in before this contract. You're not going above and beyond for pain and suffering. With compensatory damages, you may want to make a note. I often think of invoices and receipts. If you can prove you paid it, you may be able to get it back for your reimbursement because you can prove invoices and receipts. You can show invoices and receipts. Another money damage is a party's liquidated damages. In our sales contract, we saw liquidated damages being awarded to the seller in the event of the buyer's breach. So liquidated damages in our sales contract is what the seller gets. Liquidated damages are money damages. And they're money damages that we agree to at the time of contract formation. And in the event of the buyer's breach, the seller's liquidated damages are the due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit. We agreed to those monies up front. And listing agents, we let the seller know if the buyer changes their mind 3 hours before settlement that they're not going to buy this house, these liquidated damages are all you get. So the buyer may choose for compensatory damages with seller breach. The seller's only option in buyer breach is liquidated damages. Another money remedy is called consequential damages. And this is like indirect loss, usually resulting from a party's breach. Like for example, if one party breaches and they're not willing to cooperate, we may have to go after them in a court of law, which is going to involve attorney's fees. So as a consequence of that breach, I had to pay attorney's fees. So I might go after you for consequential damages, get you to reimburse me those attorney fees because of your breach. So it's above and beyond. It's not necessarily spelled out in the contract, which is why it's an indirect loss, but somebody still suffered a loss, a money loss, and they may be able to go after consequential damages. Questions on our money damages? In the event of seller's breach, the buyer's got two choices. They can go after the seller for compensatory damages, or they could go after the seller for specific performance. Specific performance is another contract remedy. And if we can see a play on words with specific performance, what I really want you to focus on is the word perform. If the buyer's going after the seller for specific performance, they're trying to make the judge make the seller sell. That is the seller's obligation in the contract, is to sell. So the seller breaches, buyer really wants the house, they could go to court. The other option they have is to go to court to make the seller perform as promised. We got attorneys involved at this point, and one, before we ever get to a judge, there's a difference in the seller can't sell versus the seller change their mind. If the seller's not able to pass clear marketable title, then specific performance may not be an option. If the seller just wakes up and says, nah, I don't want to sell my house after all, they may want to talk to an attorney about specific performance. With our sales contract, I'm careful with words like never. So I will say with our sales contract, it's going to be incredibly rare that the buyer could go after, that the seller could go after the buyer for specific performance. It would be a truly rare, never a situation I've ever encountered. I'm not going to say they never can go after the buyer, but it's a truly unique situation. So what we see is the buyer going after the seller for specific performance. So there's money damages, there's specific performance, and then another remedy is a rescission, to rescind the contract. If you rescind a contract, you take it back. If you put down any deposits or fees, you're going to get your money back. If you rescind your contract, both parties are placed in the position they were in before the contract. Both parties go about their lives as if this contract had never happened. Y'all got your chats ready? I got questions for you. Remind me in a chat. many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract in a timeshare? How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract in a timeshare? It's 1 or 2, right? What do we remember about timeshares? I don't know nothing else, but you know what I remember? 5, 5, 5, 10. And of course, yeah, jazz hands. That's really what we remember about timeshares, right? How do we get to jazz hands? 5, 5, 5, 10. So the buyer in a timeshare has 5 days to rescind their contract. You enter into a contract with a timeshare developer. Once you are in that contract, you have 5 days to take it back, put down, if you put down any deposits or fees, you'll get your money back. Okay, that was fun. Let's do another one. How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract for a new construction condominium? How many days does the buyer have to rescind their contract for a new construction condominium? And the answer to that is 7. 7 days, rescind your contract, new construction condominium, consumer protection. Questions on contract remedies. You straight now, though, right? So that's what matters. Okay. As promised, we've had time to let it marinate. So I want to come through again and talk about that due diligence fee and the earnest money deposit because we need to make sure that we're good. You're going to see a test question or two on due diligence and earnest money. Of course, you're going to deal with it on the regular in the real world. So we're going to refresh this conversation. And the big difference of the due diligence and the earnest money is one, who it's paid to, but two, what happens to it if we terminate. That's what this conversation is about. What happens if we terminate? So we went under contract. The buyer paid the due diligence fee directly to the seller. The buyer pays the earnest money deposit to the escrow agent. Buyer does their inspections, investigations, or maybe they just simply change their mind. The contract gives the buyer in their due diligence period the right to terminate for any reason or no reason at all. I'm scared of the home inspection report. I want to terminate. Nah, I just don't want to buy your house. I want to terminate. If the buyer exercises their right to terminate within due diligence, the seller is going to keep the due diligence fee. That's what the buyer paid for. When I say they're paying for the right to terminate, the seller can't go after them in a court of law for terminating because the buyer paid, they accepted money for that right to terminate. So the seller, for the most part, is going to keep the due diligence fee. And because the buyer terminated within their due diligence period, 5 p.m., time is of the essence, the buyer's going to get their earnest money deposit back. If the buyer terminates at 5:01 or later on our due diligence date, Now the buyer is in breach. The buyer's not in breach until we terminate for any reason after due diligence. And because the buyer's now in breach, the seller's liquidated damages, the seller's still going to keep the due diligence fee. And now the seller's going to get the earnest money deposit. And the contract says the seller's liquidated damages are the seller's sole and exclusive remedy. Listing agents, make sure your sellers are good with the due diligence fee and the earnest money. Because this is it. This is all they get if the buyer's in breach. Questions on buyer breach or buyer terminating? Either one. Within due diligence or outside of due diligence. Think of the due diligence period terminating before. Think of the due diligence period as kind of like the buyer's easy out. And when due diligence is over, they've lost that easy out. Now they're in breach. Now they're losing more. Yes, I understand during due diligence, they've put money in for a home inspection and appraiser and, wherever they've gotten on the loan process. Yes, they are losing money. But by allowing them this due diligence period, by giving them that out, they're not committed until they learn about the property. Remember, caveat emptor. If you're buying something big and the seller doesn't have to tell you anything, this is your time to learn. This is your easy out, is that due diligence period. So it might be the roof is old, the electrical needs to be done, the doors don't latch. I mean, there's so many problems with this home, the plumbing shot, right? There's so many problems. The buyer's got a laundry list of problems that they discovered during their due diligence, and now they have a decision to make. Do I want to accept this property with all these problems? Or do I want to cut my losses now and terminate? There is risk involved in buying a house. Absolutely. We have all of our inspections done and we have a laundry list of problems. Buyer asks the sellers for repairs. The sellers can agree to do all the repairs, none of the repairs, or some of the repairs. If the seller says, I'm not fixing anything, or if the seller says, I'm only going to fix some of it, the buyer's got a decision to make. Now knowing what I know, do I want to proceed with or terminate this transaction? Due diligence is their easy out. What happens if the seller breaches? Well, buyers got choices. They could go either after the seller for those compensatory damages, just financially make me whole again, reimburse me for my due diligence costs, reimburse me my due diligence fee, reimburse me my earnest money deposit. Another option the buyer has per the contract is to go after the property to make the seller sell. So if the seller breaches on the effective date, or if the seller breaches 3 hours before settlement, the buyer's got choices. Have them talk to their attorney. No more doom and gloom, because sometimes these things make it to closing. And when they make it to closing, the earnest money deposit and the due diligence fee are going to be a credit to the buyer. It's money they've already paid. So it's that much less that they have to bring to closing. And we're going to hit on this in Unit 11 because we're going to talk about the buyer's debits and credits. What's a debit to the buyer? What's a credit to the buyer? So here's a little sneak peek, a little preview of some of the buyer's credits. That earnest money deposit, that due diligence fee will be credited back to the buyer at closing. questions, due diligence period, due diligence fee, earnest money deposit, anything, what we got?
So it's the due diligence fee and the earnest is due before 5 p.m. on the date of closing.
So they're both due. The due diligence is due on the effective date. Due diligence is due the day we go under contract. Earnest money is due within 5 days of the effective date. So these are happening at contract formation. Money is changing hands at contract formation. I recommend you guys, especially those first 2 pages of the contract. I know it's a lot, you guys, so I'm trying to help by breaking it down for you. So I do suggest at least those first 2 pages. You may also want to go back and watch the YouTube video where we looked at the contract, just hit the highlights. When you come see us in post licensing, we're going through that thing word for word. When you're out in the real world, remember, y'all just pinky swore me. You weren't sending anything to somebody without you reading it first. And that absolutely includes the sales contract. Let's see what we got here. Due diligence fee. Okay, everybody, please listen. Buyer's going to pay the seller the due diligence fee. It's due on the effective date. The effective date of the contract is when we have acceptance and communication of acceptance. So the buyer, the due diligence fee is due from the buyer to the seller on the effective date. The earnest money deposit is due from the buyer to the escrow agent within 5 days of the effective date. So what we're saying is the buyer's paying due diligence fee at contract formation. The buyer's paying the earnest money deposit within 5 days of contract formation. Anything else? This last section of Unit 8 is the least tested section of Unit 8. You might see a question or two, but the focus on Unit 8 is the contract verbiage, that first module that we looked at. This next section, we're going to get through pretty quickly because you're not going to see as many test questions about it. Is everybody good to have everybody? So help to focus and energize our time. In this last section, we're talking about what I call alternative conveyance methods. So we might find some situations that are not the traditional sale. So we're going to identify some of those non-traditional that you may come across. Not all of them, of course, but this just kind of gives us an idea that not everything is the traditional buyer buys, seller sells. So these alternative conveyance methods, one of them we're going to talk about is something called an installment land contract. We're also going to talk about something called an option to purchase, alternative conveyance methods. And then the last one we're going to talk about is a party's preemptive rights. Somebody may be first in line to purchase. So some alternative conveyance methods. And the first one up is the installment land contract with multiple names because that keeps us fun for us. And with an installment land contract, the buyer is paying the seller for the property, but they're not paying the seller in one lump sum. They're paying the seller in installments. You're making payments. With an installment land contract, think about it as buying a house on layaway. We know how layaway works. You get your stuff, you take it to the counter. Every couple weeks, you take your money in, and once you pay it all, they give you your stuff. So with an installment land contract, you're going to make payments, and when you make that last payment, then the deed changes hands. Buyer's making payments to the seller, and they're not going to get their stuff. They're not going to get their deed until that last payment is made. The installment land contract is a type of seller financing. Another type of seller financing that we talked about in Unit 6 was a purchase money mortgage. So do a side-by-side comparison for me of a purchase money mortgage versus an installment land contract. Both of them are seller financing. The difference in the two is when the deed changes hands. Purchase money mortgage, deed changes hands at closing. Installment land contract, the deed changes hands when the last payment is made. So installment land contract, the buyer's making payments, but they don't have the deed yet. The vendor or the giver of the installment land contract is the seller. The seller's going to keep legal title until that last payment's made. The seller's going to keep the deed. The vendee or receivee of the installment land contract is the buyer, and they're going to get equitable title. This is also how it works for a traditional loan. So if you go to Bank of America to get a loan, Bank of America is going to have legal title in title theory states in North Carolina. Buyer gets equitable title, which means they have the permission to live there. They can use the property as if they own it. They just don't yet. Last payment's made. You've paid off your layaway. And now the seller is going to give the buyer legal title. Pluses and minuses to everything. This could be a really good option if the seller is willing to work with the buyer with poor credit. Maybe you know him or you just have the warm fuzzies about him and you trust him and you want to help the guy out. But the seller could offer this to the buyer if they can't get a loan otherwise. Flip this coin. This could also be a good option for a buyer to buy maybe a property that needs lots of TLC. Maybe it needs lots of work. Because I just threw a wrench into this. The seller's still selling and the buyer's still buying. The wrench is that the seller is acting as the lending institution. And because of that wrench, because of that third piece, that the seller is acting as the lending institution, we do not have pre-printed forms for installment land contracts. We do not have forms for these because there's so many negotiable terms. The parties need to talk to an attorney anyway. So if you're ever called upon to do an installment land contract, both parties should have an attorney. Shake your head yes or no, listing agents. You get an offer in from a buyer to do an installment land contract. Do I have to present that to my seller? Shake your head yes or no. Do I have to present that to my seller? I should see more people shaking their heads yes, because which offers do I present to my sellers? All of them. And an offer to do an installment land contract is an offer. So you present this to your seller. The seller says, what in the world does this mean? And you say, let's contact your attorney. Let's let the attorney explain if they're considering it. Do they have to consider it? An offer's been made. What are the seller's choices? They can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Another alternative conveyance method is called the option to purchase or an option agreement. And with an option agreement, the buyer has not agreed to buy. The seller's agreed to sell, but the buyer's not agreed to buy. All the buyer's been granted is the option to decide if they want to buy or not. There's going to be an option period for the buyer to determine. At the end of the option period, the buyer's got two choices: buy or don't buy. If they buy, we've already agreed to the terms that the buyer will buy. That's part of creating the option. If I buy, these are the terms that I will purchase. The buyer's other choice at the end of the option is to not buy. They're not committed, they're not locked in. They've just been granted the option to decide. I think with these, you see them in residential, yes. But I think where you more commonly see these would be commercial. Especially think about like a large commercial building. There's more to think about. There's more to decide. Beginning of Unit 8, we talked about some words. And two of those words were unilateral and bilateral. And we said in contract speak, lateral means side. And most everything we do is bilateral, but in real estate, I have one example of a unilateral contract. And the one example of our unilateral contract is the option to purchase, because the buyer hasn't agreed to do anything. The buyer has just asked for the option. So the only promise made in an option agreement, the only thing given in the option agreement is the seller promises not to sell to anybody else during this time. So again, let's picture just a big old commercial warehouse, lots to inspect, lots to investigate. We might be having inspections for 3-6 months, something like this. Commercial transactions tend to be longer because we're dealing with more property, more square footage, more to inspect, more to learn about. So the buyer requests the option. The seller has 3 choices. They can accept it, they can reject it, or they can counter it. Listing agents, you're given an option to buy. Do you have to present that to your seller? Yep, because what offers do we present? All of them. And an offer to do an option to purchase is an offer. I do not have a pre-printed form for these either. So we got attorneys involved. So the buyers requested this option. Maybe it's 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years. It's all negotiable, whatever the parties come to. And we agree on an end date for the option. We say this option is good until this date. And at the end date, the buyer's got 2 choices: either buy or don't buy. When we entered into this option, we agreed to all the terms. So if I buy, it will be at this purchase price. It will be on these terms, these dates. If the buyer buys at the end of the option period, the unilateral agreement becomes a bilateral agreement. If the buyer decides to buy, now we got both parties committed. Both parties are obligated to perform. If the buyer doesn't buy at the end of the option period, both parties go about their lives. Another thing that makes an option really unique, we know one of the essential elements of a valid contract is consideration. But something with the option to purchase that makes it really unique is we're not just dealing with one form of consideration, we're dealing with two. We're going to agree on the purchase price when we enter into the option. If I decide to buy, this is the price that I will buy it at. And we have to agree to, we have to come to terms on that price if I buy. The other form of consideration answers the question, why in the world would a seller agree to take their home, lock their home down for 2 days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, whatever? And the answer to that is money, money, money. The buyer's going to pay the seller an option fee, and the option fee is usually pretty healthy. We're locking the seller down. I'm telling you, during this option time, you can't sell it to anybody else. That's the unilateral agreement. So usually healthy option fee, buyer pays the seller. If the buyer buys, the option fee is credited back to the buyer. If the buyer doesn't buy, the seller's going to keep the option fee. Do not confuse this with due diligence, because in due diligence, we're already under contract to buy. If we're in due diligence, we have a bilateral contract. In the option agreement, only one party has agreed to perform. Pluses and minuses to everything. The seller's the option, or the pro for them is they lock the price. They know if you buy, I know darn well what you're going to buy on, what terms you're going to buy on. Of course, the big con for the sellers, they have to wait. Again, how long? It's whatever we agree to. By the way, the more time the buyer wants, the more money the seller's going to want, the higher the option fee. Buyer, this could be a way to reduce their risk. Yes, they're putting up an option fee, but they're not committed. They're not legally obligated. Of course, the big con to them is if they don't buy, they lose that option fee. But it's what they're paying the seller for the seller's risk. We do not have a pre-printed form for an option to purchase. And as we just said, listing agents, an option to purchase is an offer. So if you get an offer in, I don't care if you want to deal with it or not. You get an offer in, I must present that offer to my seller. Your seller's going to say, what in the heck does this mean? Let's get our attorney involved. Let's let them explain the consequences, the pros and cons. Let them help the seller decide if they should enter into this option agreement. Questions on the option to purchase? The other two alternative conveyance methods both fall under the category of a preemptive right. So the last two are preemptive rights. And this is just a contractual agreement between two parties that puts somebody is contractually obligated. Somebody is contractually first in line. Maybe the seller doesn't want to sell right now, but you want to buy. So when the seller does decide they want to sell, you want a preemptive right. You want to be first in line. We could enter into a contractual agreement. For example. So we got two different types of preemptive rights. First one is called right of first refusal. Right of first refusal says, I have an agreement that if the owner gets an offer, they're contractually obligated to run it by me first. Right of first refusal says that they have to bring it to me. I'm the one with the preemptive right. And if I can match it or beat it, then I'm in. It's not a promise to sell. It's a promise to come to me first if somebody else wants to buy. You're legally obligated to come to me first. If I say yes, the other party's out. If I say no, then I'm out. It's not a promise to sell, it's a promise to come to me first. The other preemptive right that we have is a right of first opportunity. And what the right of first opportunity says, seller wants to sell, or I want to buy, excuse me, I want to buy, but the seller doesn't want to sell yet. So we enter into this right of first opportunity, and before the seller can make it available for anybody else to sell, they're contractually obligated to come to me first. They've got to offer it to me first. No offer. The best example of where we might see a right of first opportunity is with a landlord tenant situation. Maybe the tenant wants to buy, they've been there for a long time, they call it home. And the tenant wants to buy, but the landlord doesn't want to sell because let's face it, rental income, that's another layer of income. So the landlord's enjoying that income. No, I don't want to sell. I want that monthly income. The tenant may say, I want to enter into this right of first opportunity, which means whenever the landlord does decide to sell, they're contractually obligated to go to the tenant first. So again, big picture of preemptive rights, somebody's in line. No pre-printed forms for either of these. So we got the parties' attorneys involved to draft up the contract. And with all of these, like we said, I do not have pre-printed forms. So we got attorney drafted forms, and all of these are an offer of some sort. And I have a duty to present all offers. So anything, even if you do want to, sometimes a lease to own comes up. I can't make these decisions, you guys. Remember, I'm a fact finder. Perfect. Remind me, just in case, Tia. I'm a fact finder. I help provide you the facts for you to make an informed decision. I can't decide if an installment land contract is good for this homeowner. I can't decide if it would be in this homeowner's best interest to enter into a preemptive right. That's why we have attorneys to go over those legalities. Questions? That's Unit H, you guys. That's our contract unit. Yes, you're going to have contract questions, national and state. Okay. Let's take a break. I am skipping Unit 9 for now. So when we come back, we are in Unit 10. We're going to put on our attorney's hat and talk about their role, their responsibility. So let's take 10 first. You making noises today? See him acting. Either way, we're back. I am going to take attendance. I mentioned we are Sylvia Jarosky. I got you guys. You're in. I mentioned we are skipping 9 for now. What else are we skipping for now? We're skipping 9. We're skipping 12, and we're skipping 14 for now. You got 2 or 3 questions from all 3 of those units. They are not heavily tested units. So one of the last things we're going to do, I'm going to say about 2 or 3 things from those units. Nod, nod, wink, wink. So we'll pass those on for now. And we're going to get into Unit 10, which I call our attorney's unit, because this is going to give us a better understanding of their responsibility, their roles, what do they do during the transaction. So how property conveys and what the attorney's responsibilities are. So we're going to talk about the different methods that one can transfer title. One of those methods is via a deed. So we're going to talk about a valid deed, and we're going to talk about what makes a deed valid. So once again, those are those essential elements, those required ingredients that the judge would be looking for in the event of question of the validity of a deed. We have more than one type of deed. So we're going to talk about the different types of deeds used in North Carolina and when they may be used. And then don't get excited. I know that word says calculate, but we're going to talk about something called excise tax and what that calculation is, who pays it, all that good stuff. So this section is all about how the property changes hands. And to start with the big picture, property can either change hands voluntarily or involuntarily. Changing hands, property changing hands is referred to as alienation. You are alienating or separating yourself from your deed. And you can choose to separate yourself through voluntary alienation, or you could have the property taken from you. You could lose the property in involuntary alienation. So when you sell it on your own accord, if you gift it, if you put it in your will, you have voluntarily separated yourself from your property. If the court takes the property, foreclosure, adverse possession, eminent domain, if the court takes the property, that's involuntary alienation. You didn't choose. So most of the time, if you choose to separate yourself from your property, you choose to sell it or gift it or will it, that's going to be done through a deed. The deed is the document, the proof, the tangible evidence on who is the owner of record. And the deed is going to show conveyance from the giver of the deed to the receivee of the deed. On the deed, the seller is going to be, the grantor, the giver of the deed is going to be the seller. The grantee is the receivee of the deed, and that is the buyer. The grantee is our owner of record. Running parallel and hand in hand with the deed is title. Title and deed are often used interchangeably because they are. Title is the idea of ownership. We talked about a homeowner's legal bundle of rights. You have the right of disposition, of enjoyment, possession, etc. So the idea of ownership is passed through title, but title's intangible. You can't touch it. Deed is the documentary evidence. Deed is the piece of paper you can put your hands on. The deed is what gets recorded in the public records to let everybody in the world know that you are the owner of record. So same idea, but I think a lot of us would agree, I don't want an intangible proof that I'm the owner of record. I want something I can put my fingers on. So the deed gives us that. So we have questions on a deed. Is this a valid deed? And we take that to the judge, and the judge is going to look for the essential elements. And if they can find all the essential elements of a deed, then the judge will rule that the deed is valid. Remember essential elements. We're always going to think of cake. Essential elements is cake. And with cake, we have to have required ingredients to have cake. If you don't have flour, you can't call it cake. If we're missing any of these essential elements, the judge can't call it a valid deed. So what's the judge looking for validity? Well, we got to see who the parties are. Who is the giver, the grantor, and who is the receivee, the grantee. The deed's got to have certain words of conveyance. The grantor needs to put verbiage in there with their intent to convey. I, the grantor, give my property to the grantee. It spells out what this document is about. The judge is looking for the legal description of the property. Make sure we're all on the same page. In the deed, it's often referred to as C Exhibit A, for example. The judge is looking for legal capacity of the grantor. Was this person of their sound, sober mind when they gave the deed? The judge is also looking for the grantor's signature. Note, only the grantor signs the deed. The grantor is signing their deed over to the grantee. The grantee has to accept the deed. And then because it's in writing, because it's recorded, you can't record a tangible or an intangible. So because it's recorded, because we need something to put in the public records, deeds have to be in writing. So again, there's questions about the validity of a deed. Who can convey? Who's the rightful owner? Do they have spouses? Especially if you get into estates with multiple heirs or executors. There could be questions on who is the one or ones that can sell this property. There could be questions about the validity of the deed. So if the judge is ever given a deed, hey, judge, is this thing valid? This is what the judge is looking for. Required cake ingredients. Now, let's talk about cake for a minute, because that's a fun topic, funner than deeds, right? So we know what cake is all about. Don't we like to add to our cake? Who likes icing on your cake and ice cream and fruit and sprinkles and maybe cherry on top or something like that, right? Cake by itself is pretty cool, but it's a lot cooler when we add to it. So if we're looking at cake with the essential elements, there's some other things that are often added to the deed, but not what the judge is looking for. Those things are referred to as non-essential elements. Judge doesn't care about these things when they're determining the validity of the deed. However, because you often see icing on cake, it's not uncommon to see these non-essential elements on the deed. So what does the judge not care about? That is often there. Well, deeds often has some kind of acknowledgement, maybe a notary, for example. Yes, deeds are acknowledged, but that's not what the judge is looking for. Judge doesn't care if the deed is dated. Deeds usually have some statement about consideration, but very rarely is the exact amount stated on the deed. Judge doesn't need it to be sealed. You know, the old notary embossing stamp and it like raised the paper up and it feels kind of rough. We don't need that. It could be there, but we don't need that. Judge doesn't care if it's witnessed or not. We could still have a valid deed. And then the big one, the problem topic. Make a note, highlight it, star it. The judge doesn't care if the deed is recorded. Yes, our deeds are recorded. But it's not because recordation of the deed is an essential element. There's the difference in determining the validity of a document versus meeting other acts and laws and rules. So recording the deed is the icing on the cake, if you will. The judge doesn't care if the deed is recorded to determine its validity. So who cares about it being recorded? Enter the North Carolina Connor Act. And the North Carolina Connor Act says that there are certain documents that have to be recorded so that they are enforceable. How do you make it enforceable? Because it's recorded. Recordation of the deed does not impact the validity. The judge determines the validity by looking for those essential elements. If it's not recorded, I have a valid deed if it's not recorded. I have a valid deed, but it's not going to be enforceable. So the essential elements of a deed are proving its validity. Icing on the cake is making the document enforceable. Connor often gets confused with the statute of frauds. Statute of fraud, big problem topic all day long here. Statute of frauds says there are certain documents that have to be signed and in writing to be enforceable. Connor says there are certain documents that have to be recorded to be enforceable. Statute of fraud says it has to be in writing. Connor says it has to be recorded. We need to know the difference. As you can imagine, Connor and the statute of frauds often run hand in hand. Like if the statute of frauds doesn't require it to put in writing, then I can't record it. I can't record something I don't have that I can't touch. So they do often run hand in hand, but we need to make sure that we see the difference. Connor says record. Statute of fraud says sign it and put it in writing. Questions? So let's talk about the different types of deeds. The one that we see most often, the one that you and I are going to deal with the majority of the time, the one that our contract specifies is the general warranty deed. This is hands down the most commonly used deed. This is the one spelled out in the contract. Our contract says seller to convey general warranty deed. And with the general warranty deed, it's the strongest deed, it's the best deed for the grantee because it puts the most amount of liability on the grantor. The grantor has to make promises or warranties, if you will. I'm not just handing you my deed, I'm giving you my deed with promises. And with the general warranty deed, these promises that we'll look at, these promises that I'm giving you, they're not just during the time that I own the property, but they're promises that I'm making you from when I owned it and the previous owner before me and the owner before them. When I give you a general warranty deed, these promises, these warranties or covenants that I'm making you go back to the beginning of time. This deed is solid, not just when I owned it, but the people before me, before them, so on and so on. It's a pretty big promise you make when you're selling your house, yes? Another good reason to have some attorneys. So what are these promises in the general warranty deed? Well, there's a promise or a covenant of cession. This just says it's the right to convey. The covenant of cession says, I am the legal owner of this property. I am the owner on record, and I am the one or ones that have the right to convey, the legal right to convey. There's a covenant against encumbrances. We had a whole section on encumbrances. We talked about things like liens and easements and encroachments. And I'm going to tell you when I give you my deed that other than the encumbrances that will convey, the appurtenant encumbrances, like easements, for example, any encumbrance that isn't going to convey, I'm going to take care of. So I'm promising you, I'm going to pay all my liens. I'm going to pay all my debt on the property before I give you the property. So other than the ones that are pertinent, like easements, for example, I'm going to take care of these other encumbrances. If there's an encroachment, I'm going to take care of the encroachment. There's a covenant of quiet enjoyment. When I give you my deed, I'm telling you there's no cloud on the title. A cloud on the title would be, for example, somebody has faulty reason to believe that they are the owner. And so I'm telling you, there's no noise on this title. I'm giving you my deed with this quiet enjoyment, which means you don't have to worry about somebody else showing up and trying to lay claim, trying to say it's mine. You don't have to worry about that. I'm going to give you the covenant of further assurance, which means if mistakes are made, because we're all human, attorneys too, we are all human. And so maybe mistakes are made, maybe things happened. Look, if I ever need to come back later and fix a mistake, help correct an issue, covenant of further assurance says, I got you. And then the last one, covenant of warranty forever, means if the title ever fails in the future, I'm going to help you defend it. There's a lot of promises, but when you sell a house, when you buy a house, you get a whole lot. When you sell a house, you're giving a whole lot. So the general warranty deed is the best one for the grantee because it puts the liability on the grantor. The general warranty deed does not insure against all encumbrances. We can only address things that are on record, things that we know about. So I'm not telling you it's all free and clear. And it also doesn't prove ownership. The grantee or guarantee or prove ownership. All it proves is I'm the one that currently has this deed. These are great jobs for closing attorneys. So the most common one, the one that we see the most often, is the general warranty deed. Obviously, if your buyers or sellers have questions about what's this deed mean or what does this mean to me, this is all legal things. You and I just need a basic understanding because we're going to read general warranty deed in our contract and wonder what that's referring to. But this is all an attorney thing. Let me say this as well. The closing attorney, the one searching the deeds, preparing the deeds, the closing attorney in this transaction represents the buyer. The buyer is their client. And to protect their client, this is why the closing attorney is doing a very thorough search of the public records. They're learning everything about this property, the title, the documents, the encumbrances, everything that they can, because their job is to make sure that their buyer client gets that free marketable title. More on that, more on the attorney. I just want to make sure we're seeing this through the right eyes. This is all about protecting the buyer. Don't misunderstand. The seller is welcome to have their own representation as well. You can always hire an attorney. But when we talk about the closing attorney, that's the one that's representing the buyer. The buyer is their client. So general warranty deed. Questions on that one? Another deed that we do see in North Carolina, not as often as a general warranty deed, but it's out there, and it's something called a special warranty deed, also known as a limited warranty deed. So we're still making promises or warranties, if you will. Not as many covenants, not as many promises. But the other thing, the big thing to know about the special warranty deed is those promises that I'm making as the grantor, they're only going to go back during my time of ownership. I'm not going to make promises for previous owners. We're not going to go back to the beginning of time. So all I'm going to do when I give you a special warranty deed is I'm going to promise you that I'm the owner of record. I'm the one that has the right to convey it. And the other promise that I'm giving you is that I didn't encumber it while I owned it. I'm not making any promises before my ownership. I'm only making promises of what I did to it during the time that I owned it. And any encumbrances that I actually put on it, I will take care of. So it's not as strong. It's not as good. It doesn't go back as far. And in North Carolina, where we generally see a special warranty deed, is when the bank is selling a property that they took for foreclosure. The bank will only offer a special warranty deed. They've sold the property at auction. If you buy an auction property, you're probably not getting a general warranty deed that goes back to the beginning of time and makes all of those promises. You're getting these two promises just during the time that the bank owned it. Another type of deed we do not see this much in North Carolina. We do have a counterpart, but not in North Carolina. We may have something called the bargain and sale deed. We all know the bargain bin in the back of the store, the stuff that nobody else wants. That's what this deed is. And with the bargain and sale deed, there are no implied warranties. Excuse me, the warranties are implied. You're reading it. Don't listen to me. The warranties are implied. There are no express warranties. Excuse me. I'm going to say that again. With the bargain and sale deed, there are no express warranties. The bargain and sale deed just implies that the grantor has the title and can convey it. Now, again, I got a counterpart. So we don't do this much in North Carolina. The counterpart to the bargain and sale deed, what we see in North Carolina is the quitclaim deed. The big difference in the two is the quitclaim deed. There are no warranties. There are no express warranties. There are no implied warranties. The quitclaim deed says, what I got, you get. So if I got nothing, what you getting? Absolutely nothing. So where do we see quitclaim deeds? Creating or terminating easements would use a quitclaim deed. We're not conveying property. We're not giving warranties. We're creating or terminating an easement. If I own property and then I get married and I want to convey it from me to us, we would do so using a quitclaim deed. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just adding you to the deed. If we later get divorced, we could use a quitclaim deed to convey it from us back to me. Oh, yes, I'm getting my property back when we get divorced. You better believe I am. So we would use a quitclaim deed to convey it from us back to me. Another time that we might use a quitclaim deed is if there are mistakes. Sometimes people's names get misspelled. Sometimes the address is wrong. Are you kidding me? So if we find a mistake and we need to fix it, because we're not giving anything, we're just using a quitclaim deed, no warranties. And by that, I mean there are no express warranties. There are no implied warranties. Another deed we can see in North Carolina is the trustee's deed. Remember North Carolina, we're a title theory state, which means we have three parties: borrower, the lender, and the trustee. The trustee has that power of sale. So if the borrower stops making the payments, the trustee has the power to take the property on behalf of the bank to sell it at auction, to sell it at foreclosure. So if we lose a property to foreclosure, the deed they're going to use to convey it from the borrower to the bank will be the trustee's deed. Another deed is the sheriff's deed. If the judge takes the property, adverse possession, eminent domain, they would do so using the sheriff's deed. Always remember this. The judge themselves is not going out and taking the property. The judge is going to send the sheriff. Then there could be some other special purposes deeds for other reasons. There's a correction deed. So again, if a mistake is made, maybe we use a correction deed, maybe we use a quitclaim deed to fix the mistake. We got some options. It might depend on the situation. The attorney can figure that out. But there is a correction deed because mistakes happen. We're all human. There's a deed of release. This is what you and I get up and go to work for every single day. When you make your very last mortgage payment to the bank, we're going to go out tonight and celebrate. You better believe it. And they're going to use a deed of release to show that you have released yourself from that bank. You have a lien, a deed of trust on the property. When you pay it off, they will release it. And then we can go to dinner tonight and celebrate. There's a surrender deed. We talked about a life estate. With a life estate, the owner only owns it for their life or the life of another, or pour autre vie. If it is life of another, at the end of the life estate, then we will use a surrender deed to surrender it back to the grantor or onto a named third party. So life estates is where we might see a surrender deed. You could do a deed of gift. You could gift your deed to somebody. In this case, there's no money that changes hands. But remember, I still need some form of consideration. So with the deed of gift, the consideration very well might be love and affection. So if you want to gift your property to your children, you could do so using a deed of gift. Consideration would be love and affection. Another deed, special purpose deed, is a timber deed. If you own land with timber and somebody purchases the right to sever the timber from your land, they would do so using a timber deed. So they have the rights to the timber, to the woods, the trees. And then the last special purpose deed we're going to talk about is the mineral deed. If somebody wants to sever your subsurface rights, that severance would happen under a mineral deed. So again, very basic understanding. Most of the focus is on the general warranty deed because that's the one we see the most often. With all these other deeds, I would have a very basic understanding of when to use each deed. Should you be given a scenario on your exam, what deed would you use, A, B, C, or D? Questions on the different deeds. In North Carolina, when you sell your house, you're going to pay something called excise tax. So when you sell your home, part of the seller's closing costs are going to be excise tax. So first thing to know about excise tax is these are always paid by the seller. It's part of the seller's closing costs. It's going to show up as a debit to the seller. They tax you when you buy it. They tax you during your ownership. And they're going to get you one more time when you go to sell it. And that one last time is excise tax. To calculate excise tax, all you have to do is remember, divide by 500. Because excise tax is 500ths of the purchase price. So to calculate excise tax, the purchase price, not the loan amount, not the listing price, but the sales price or the purchase price, whatever it closes for. We're going to take that purchase price and divide by 500. If, when we divide by 500, we have a whole dollar, I don't have to do anything else. I'm done. Excise tax is always in whole dollars. If you divide by 500 and you get change, you need to round that change up to the nearest whole dollar, and it is always up. Forget what you knew about rounding. If we calculate excise tax, And I get the purchase price, I divide by 500, and I'm going to make numbers up. I got $220.06. So we took the purchase price, we divided by 100, and we got $220.06. My flag just went up and said, uh-oh, no change with excise tax. So if we ever have change, we're always going to round up to the nearest whole dollar. It's 5/100 of the purchase price, debit to the seller, never change, will always be whole dollar. Questions? Can we only guess what's coming next? Just a little bit of practice. Tell me in a chat, what is the excise tax? And then we'll talk about it. You guys sorting out those distractions. So I got a property listed at 350. It's got an assessed value at 325 and it sells for 360. Excise tax is always calculated off of the purchase price. So the list price, the assessed value, all that's a distraction. So we take the purchase price, 360, divide it by 500 because excise tax is calculated as 5/100 of the purchase price. So we have a debit or a charge to our seller at closing for $720. When I divided by 500, I got a whole number, so I didn't have to do anything else. It ends here. The seller will have a charge or a debit as part of their closing costs, $720. Questions? All right, for good measure. So got one more. Tell me in the chat, how much is excise tax? Okay. So I got a property that sells for 288,900. The seller's paying 3,000 in closing costs. Again, all I care about with excise tax is the purchase price. What did it sell for? So that 3,000 is a distraction. So we want to know what the seller has to pay for excise tax. It's 5/100 of the purchase price. So we take our purchase price. Oops. I divide by 500. and I get $577.80. Uh-oh. Can I have change with excise tax? No, so I know I got to take an extra step. And with excise tax, we always round up to the nearest whole dollar. So your seller would have a charge of $578, round up to the nearest whole dollar. And again, you guys, the key word there is up. What if I calculated, let's just play what if for a second. And what if I calculated this and I got 577.35? We know the rules of rounding, right? I want you to take all your rules of rounding and throw them out the window. I don't care what the change is, what the cents are, you always round up to the nearest whole dollar. Questions? 577.35 was just a number I made up off the top of my head. Questions?
Julie, in the book, it says that it wants us to round up to the 500, nearest 500 or 1,000. So does that end up being about the same thing?
There's multiple ways to get to it, Raj. And I tend to think divide by 500 and round up is just the easiest way to get to it. So you do have some other options in your book, yes. And we're getting to the same thing. Absolutely. I think they have you guys rounding and then dividing by 500. I find it easier to divide by 500 and then round, and we're still going to all get 578. Your book also tells you to multiply it by $1, which to me is just an unnecessary step because we know it's $1. We know it's an amount. So if I multiply it by $1, all I'm doing is putting a dollar sign in front of it. So to me, as long as we can all agree that this is something that that the seller owes, then we know it's going to be a monetary amount. North Carolina is good for excise tax. Seller's going to pay. We'll see that again in Unit 11 when we go to closing and figure out everybody's debits and credits. So there's a little preview for you. Excise tax is a debit to the seller. Other states and some counties in North Carolina may have something called a transfer tax. We don't see this in North Carolina. We see excise tax in every county. But some counties and other states may do a transfer tax. And this is usually a debit to the buyer. And we don't need to know how it's calculated. All we need to know is the excise tax. We just don't see it much here, but we need to know it's out there. Particularly if you have a buyer coming from another state, helping them through the process, how we do things here. So voluntary alienation, you are choosing to separate yourself from your property. And one of the most common ways to voluntarily alienate or separate yourself from the property is through a deed that shows your intentions, that shows you, the grantor, are conveying your property to the grantee. It shows that that grantee is now the owner of record. There's another way to voluntarily alienate or separate yourself from the property, and that would be through your will. Voluntary transfer through a will is referred to as testate. If one passes away testate, it means that they have a last will and testament. Your intentions have been in place. Maybe you have a will. Maybe you have a trust set up stating your wishes. But if you voluntarily alienate yourself from your property testate, that means that the grantor has passed away and their will has kicked in. Remember, here's a good reminder for us, right of survivorship. We talked about it with joint tenants. With right of survivorship, we talked about tenancy by the entirety. And with right of survivorship, tenancy by the entirety is automatic. For example, you have two owners. I got two spouses married. They both own property. Right of survivorship, something happens to one, which means their interest automatically goes to the spouse remaining, to the last man standing. So you can shake your head, yes or no. The question on the table is, can a will overturn right of survivorship? What do y'all think? Yes or no? And I'm liking what I'm seeing, because what I'm seeing is no, a will cannot override right of survivorship. So two spouses, they have two different wills, maybe for some strange reason. One of those people pass away because they're spouses, because they have right of survivorship. I don't care what this person's will says. When they pass away, right of survivorship says the property will automatically go to the remaining spouse. When this one passes away, now their will kicks in. A will cannot overturn right of survivorship. If a grantor passes away intestate, testate, they have a will. Intestate, they don't have a will, but we found some heirs. So the state would try to convey the property to the heirs. Attorneys are involved, yes. Testate, you have a will. Intestate, no will, but you have heirs. And in North Carolina, there's something called intestate succession, which would just show who's next in line, what heir is the closest to the one that passed. Think of your genealogy tree. Which heir is the closest? Transfer by descent or intestate succession says it'll be the closest one. Do your loved ones a favor and have a will, please. It's not for you, whatever. But do your loved ones a favor. Don't put them in this kind of situation. So intestate, no will, but they found your heirs or heir. And they may convey the property to your heir. If a grantor passes away escheat, no will, and guess what? They couldn't find heirs. They looked. They will try to find it. You pass away without a will, they couldn't find heirs. The property goes to the state of North Carolina escheat. This would be an example of involuntary alienation. You did not choose for your property to go escheat. But since you didn't have a will, since they couldn't find heirs, how hard do they look? I think the answer to that is it depends. Tell me more about this property. Is this a good location? Is there money in it? How hard do they look? I think it depends. But it'll go to the state and they'll sell it, use it, whatever. Again, have a will, please. It's easier on your loved ones. Some words to be familiar with if one passes away. Devise is the transfer of real property. So if you devise your home, your property, and your will. Bequest is referring to personal property. So you got the home and then you got all the stuff in the home. You may see a difference in devise versus bequest, real property versus personal property. You may see a difference on the national part of your exam. I wouldn't look too hard for it, but you might see a difference. North Carolina, we're just kind of lazy and we call it all a devise. North Carolina, real property is a devise and personal property. So if you do see a difference, it'll be on the national. Questions? Okay. It's break time. Let's take 10. We back? I think we're back. Welcome back. Take attendance. Let's get back into our attorney or our conversation of deeds. We're on testate. You have a will. Intestate, you have a will but no heirs. Escheat, no will, no heirs. So voluntary, involuntary, a will would show voluntary alienation because your wishes, your requests are spelled out at that will. Something like escheat would be involuntary because you don't get to choose because you didn't have a will, they couldn't find heirs. Either way, you guys, all of these scenarios are types of property that we might be called on to list one day. We might get called to list an estate, or we might get called to list, something. I don't care what you get called to list, whether it's an estate or it's a traditional sale. Part of our job, thank you, part of our responsibilities of a listing agent, before I list anything, before I go to the listing appointment, I'm going to do my own due diligence and I'm going to do a search of the public records. I'm going to pull the current deed. I'm going to know who is the grantee on that current deed, who will be the grantor when we convey. I need to know who will be the grantor. And the only way to know that is by pulling the deed. So, in all of your research, your checklist as you're getting ready for this listing, knowing who you're talking to at the listing appointment is huge. And don't trust that people understand this. I'll share with you guys. I had a teammate several years ago, and she got called by a homeowner to list a home, and I'm going to make names up. She said she was talking to Jennifer, and Jennifer kept talking about my husband and I want to sell. My husband and I want to sell. Never named the husband, just said my husband and I want to sell. So teammate does her due diligence. Good agent does her due diligence. She pulls the deed. She sees the deed is made out to Jennifer and Mark. She's like, sweet, now I know who I'm talking about. I know who I'm talking to. She shows up at the listing appointment. Jennifer opens the door, says, hi, I'm Jennifer, and this is my husband, Scott. Who the heck is Scott? Was her first question. And where is Mark? Come to find out, Jennifer and Mark were divorced. They never said it satisfied. I don't know why. They never satisfied the home and the divorce decree. So the deed was still made out to Jennifer and Mark, a divorced couple. Jennifer remarried Scott. And guess what? Mark is now remarried too. So now I got two people and their spouses on the deed. You guys with me? Had she not done her research before she got to the home, she wouldn't know who she was talking to. So part of your job, I don't care if it's in a state or not, that part of the slide is pretty irrelevant. If it is in a state, if it's not in a state, pulling those public records, knowing who you're talking to. And if any questions, if any concerns come up, then we need to get title issues addressed by an attorney. The attorney is the one that can tell us who has the legal right to convey. So estates, yes, can get messy. You can plan on more time. But again, that involuntary alienation, you're separating yourself from your property, but you're not doing it in your own accord. So escheat, eminent domain, adverse possession, or foreclosure, judge is taking the property. Questions on the different method of transfer conveying? So in this next section, we're going to go over the attorney's basic process, how they transfer title, about what they do. And then we're also going to talk about this idea of title, or not this idea, but this thing called title insurance. So all homeowners that have an outstanding loan will have title insurance. If you have a cash buyer, then title insurance is highly recommended. So this is something that the lender requires. And it's exactly as the name implies. It's insurance on the title. So if something comes up, you're covered. It's kind of like health insurance, car insurance, etc. So we've already decided this. How do I know who owns the property? How do I know who has the right to sell? For agents and attorneys, it all starts with a title search, which is a very thorough, for the attorneys, it's a very thorough search of the public records, register of deeds. There's county records, there's city records. And that's the attorney's job. For settlement is to do the thorough title search. Again, as the broker, I'm going to pull the deed to make sure I know who I'm supposed to be talking to. But as far as doing the search to convey, that is the attorney's job. So let's put on our closing attorney's hat for just a minute. Some things that the attorney looks for. Title assurance. The attorney's got to give their opinion on title. The attorney gives their opinion on title. And based off of their opinion, the attorney, if the title is good, the attorney is assuring that the title is good. So they just don't do the very thorough search. They do the very thorough search, and then they give their assurance. They assure all involved. They search, they didn't find anything. Everything appears to be good. And based off of their search, with their assurance, the attorney is giving their opinion of title to the title insurance company. Title insurance will not release the policy. They will not agree to protect the new owner until the attorney has given their assurance. The attorney communicates that with the title insurance company. So this search that they're doing, this their examination, they review anything recorded. If it's not in the public records, then they can't see it. So this is why we could run into things like fraud or incorrect documents, things like that. So they can only search for recorded documents. And when the attorney's searching, they're looking for kind of like an abstract of title. Think of the abstract of title as like the Cliff's Notes. If they can do the short and sweet condensed version, if they can go back 30 years and there's no issue, 60 years, there's no issue. If we don't have any problems in the Cliff's Notes, then the attorney will generally rule that the title is marketable. If they do find issues, then the attorney will get with the seller to clear those up before settlement. Remember, the closing attorney represents the buyer. And it is their job to make sure that their buyer client is getting clear marketable title. So if they find issues, if they find things, maybe the seller's got to pay off some liens. We know liens are very common. So the attorney found the lien holders and they determined lien priority and they determined who the seller was going to pay off when. If the attorney finds other issues with the title other than monetary, then the attorney may have to take a couple legal steps with the seller to get those resolved, get those addressed. Worst case scenario, attorney and seller will have to go stand in front of a judge and request the judge quiet the title. If the attorney finds noise that they can't take care of themselves, then they may have to go with the seller stand in front of the judge to request to quiet the title. And that would probably cause a delay in settlement. So the title search, upon the attorney's satisfactory completion of the title search, then they issue their opinion of title to the title insurance company. And then and only then will the title insurance company agree to cover the new owner. More on title insurance in just 1 second. We have something in North Carolina called the Marketable Title Act. And the Marketable Title Act says if the attorney can go back 30 years and not find any issues, then they can claim that the title is clear. If they find an issue, they may need to go back more than 30 years to resolve it. So if we can go back 30 years and not find an issue, the attorney can claim that the title is clear, and anything prior to that would be extinguished. Again, we find any issue that can't be paid off at settlement other than liens. If there's other issues, they may not be able to extinguish it. They may have to go back more than 30 years. Like I said, worst case scenario, closing attorney and seller go stand in front of a judge and request to quiet the title. So the attorney does their thing. They've done their very thorough search of the public records. The attorney offers their opinion of title to the title insurance company. Title insurance is meant to protect the current owner. Today, they are the buyer. Tomorrow, they are the owner. So title insurance starts when the deed changes hands. When the buyer becomes the owner is when the title insurance policy kicks in. And title insurance is protecting the current owner from errors of the past. Write that down for me. Errors of the past. Errors of the past would be things that affect the title that weren't found on public record. It's not that the attorney accidentally skipped them. It's that they weren't there. They couldn't be found. So maybe at some point in the history, there was a fraudulent document recorded. The attorney has no way of picking up that fraudulent document on public record and saying, oh yeah, this is fraud, clearly. If it comes up later that it's a fraudulent document, the title insurance is going to protect or kick in for the current owner. Another example, y'all remember that mechanic's lien? They got 120 days after the work is complete to file the lien. So your seller's under contract. You're the listing agent, your seller, we're under contract. Buyer asks the seller to do repairs. Seller says, sure, I'm happy to fix the electrical and the plumbing. They have the electrical and plumbing done. Guess what? They forgot to pay the mechanic. They forgot to pay the electrician. They forgot to pay the plumber. Property changes hands. And then the mechanic files the lien. There's no way the attorney could have found it before because it wasn't filed then. Title insurance does make the seller sign an affidavit saying that this isn't going to happen. So if it does, title insurance will go after the previous owner. They will go after when they were the seller to correct it because they signed something as part of their closing documents that said this won't happen. So title insurance is for the current owner. And what it is it's an indemnity policy. So they're going to reimburse the current owner for any loss, anything that came up after the title changed hands, after the deed changed hands. Errors of the past. Things that couldn't have been discovered. When title insurance releases their policy, actually there's probably going to be two policies. If a lender's involved, there will be two policies. There's the owner's policy and then the lender's policy. If it's a cash buyer and the cash buyer opts to get title insurance, and there'd just be the one, just the owner policy. So title insurance, both policies, owner and lender, if applicable, are paid by the buyer at closing. It's part of the buyer's closing costs is title insurance. Here's the good news about title insurance. It's only a one-time fee. So once the buyer pays for both policies at closing, they are covered for as long as they own the property. You don't have to renew it every year or whatever. So it's a one-time fee paid at settlement, part of the buyer's closing costs, debit to the buyer. It covers the buyer for as long as they own the property. It covers the lender for as long as there's a loan. Once the loan's paid off, the lender's out of the picture. Nobody cares about the lender once that last payment is made. So the lender has what's referred to as a diminishing policy. As their interest, as you pay that loan down, the lender's interest goes down until you make that last payment, and then they're out. But the buyer, the current owner, will be covered for as long as they own the property. So if you discover that that mechanic's lien got filed, and maybe you don't even know that mechanic's lien got filed until you go to sell, and your buyer's closing attorney contacts you and says, yeah, you got this mechanic's lien on here that filed, 10 days after you bought. Y'all, they don't notify you when they file a lien on your property. You would think that they would, but they do not. So sometimes we might not discover these liens until we go to pay. And if it's something that couldn't have been discovered before you bought, now remember, once you bought, anything you put on it, that's your responsibility to take care of before you convey that general warranty deed that you're getting ready to give. Lenders require title insurance. Cash buyers are highly recommended. And the whole reason of title insurance is to catch the things that weren't found on public records. Public records are really good, and they give the attorney a whole bunch of information. But some things that the title insurance can't give the attorney, what is the mental capacity of the grantor? There's not going to be a public record, a public document saying that the grantor wasn't of their sane, sober mind. What if there's incorrect or fraudulent documents? With fraud, we can also have forgery. What if somebody lied on previously recorded documents? What if things just happen by mistake? What if something got incorrect? Again, these are things we just can't find, or the attorney can't find on public records, or somebody's MIA. Remember we inherited grandma's house, and there's like 4 grandkids, and all 4 grandkids are married, which means I need 8 people to show up to sign. What if it's later discovered that one of those spouses didn't show up? Somebody was missing. In which case, title insurance is there to protect the current owner from errors of the past. Questions on title insurance? So we mentioned the attorney's process of looking at the public records. And if they find something on the public records, if they find a defect, really what they're looking for is a kink in the chain. When the attorney's doing the public record search, they're going to look at the deeds, all the deeds within the last 30 years or more. So they're going to search all the deeds. And what they're looking for is a conveyance. They're looking to see if there's a kink in the chain. So what they're looking for, and give me just 1 second to make sure I say this right. We want to make sure, the attorney has to make sure to find this kink or this link of conveyances, that the grantor of this deed matches the grantee of the previous deed. And on the previous deed, the grantor on that deed needs to match the grantee on the previous deed. That's how they link the chain. And if there's a kink in the chain, if the grantor and the grantee of the previous deed don't match, then we got an issue, or the attorney has an issue. We have a defective title, and maybe it's somebody passed away and all we have to do is show a death certificate. Maybe somebody got married or divorced and we just have to produce a piece of paper. But the whole point of the attorney is to discover these things on public records. And that includes any kinks in the chain of conveyance. And those kinks are referred to as a cloud on title. So if we find a cloud on title, the attorney's got to get with the seller to correct it. Again, maybe we just got to produce a death certificate. Maybe it's a really big cloud. Maybe it's a really big issue. Like I said, worst case scenario, attorney and seller have to stand in front of a judge and ask to quiet the title. They're asking to restore the links of conveyance. Make it right, please. If it comes to that, the current owner's title insurance policy may kick in. If it comes to this, it might be that this was caused by the previous owner. If the kink in the chain was caused by the current owner is going to have to address it. They will not be covered under title insurance. Title insurance will only agree to release their policy once the attorney has offered their opinion of title. If the attorney says, I can't give you that, then title insurance will deny the policy. If you're going through a lender and you can't get title insurance, then you're not going to get loan approval. So that's why when we go under contract, remember buyer's agents? We went under contract, and the first thing we did was send that to the lender so they could get started. The next thing we need to do is send that signed contract to the attorney so we can get settlement scheduled and they can start their preliminary search on the title. If there's any issues, hopefully we can still get those addressed before we have settlement scheduled. I will say there are some attorneys out there that are offering a pre-listing title search. So if you're at a listing appointment, we don't know who the owner is or who the heirs are or who the estates are or who's married to who, then we could encourage the seller to do a pre-listing title search so we know who needs to show up on closing day to convey that title. Lots of attorneys are offering that service now. It's fairly new, which tells me there's a need out there. So just tuck that in the back of your brain somewhere. If you ever come across a title or deed or you don't know who you're talking to or who you're supposed to be talking to, get with your BIC. So title insurance is only going to kick in when there's marketable title, and the attorney is the one that declares marketable title. Title insurance is meant to protect the current owner. Errors of the past, not your errors. Previous owners' errors. So we'll see title insurance again in Unit 11. So we go through our buyers and sellers, debits and credits. How often do we say the premium is paid? You guys can show me the answer to this. How many times do they pay it? How many times they pay a title insurance? Yeah, It's one and done. You pay for it once at closing and you're covered for as long as you own it. The lender is covered for as long as you have an outstanding loan. They have a diminishing policy. As you pay down your balance, their interest goes down. And when you make that last payment, their policy will expire. We're going to keep the owner's policy for as long as they own it until you convey the property. Title insurance is there. And when you go to convey, unexpected liens, things you didn't know about from the previous owner come up, you got title insurance. Questions? Attorney's unit. So guys, let's see, 1 through 5, you have practice tests in 1 through 5 and learn test pass. You had a culmination exam 1. Now we are at the end of unit 10, which means you have your second culmination exam in learn test pass, and that's on unit 6 through 10. So please be taking those practice questions and learn test pass. You guys got culmination exams. We do have some final exams for you guys to practice on. You're welcome to look ahead. You do not need to wait for me to tell you to look at learn test pass. But if you're chucking right along, then you're eventually going to come up with that 6 through 10. Part 1 is 1 through 5. Part 2 is 6 through 10. I'm going to stop sharing for just 1 second. In the meantime, do I have any questions? Let's go to unit 11. And I'm not going to lie, unit 11 is one of my favorite because y'all, we are here. We get to go to closing. Can you guys see my screen? You see the attorney handing you a key? No, you don't, because it didn't. Oh, come on. You see it. I see a thumbs up. Am I jerky to you guys? I mean, you know what I mean. My stable or my connection unsecure. It's weird on my end. Hang on just a second, you guys. You guys see the attorney handing you your house keys? Yes. Okay. Cool. I don't know what I see, but as long as y'all see it,
Your camera turned off, but we can see your screen.
my camera's turned off.
Yeah. Oh, you're back now.
Hi. Okay. All right. I don't pretend like I understand Zoom. Look, now it's telling me it's not responding. Hang on, I don't know what's getting ready to happen. Okay. Do we still see somebody handing you house keys? That's all I need. Okay. All that hype. I feel like I just kind of got derailed a little bit. Dang it. Let's get excited about closing again. Yay. This is why we do what we do. This is why we create agency. This is why we put buyers and sellers under contract, is because ideally we are working our way towards closing. So this section is going to focus on that. I do want you guys to make a note for me, just to understand the verbiage. What I have been referring to is the closing attorney, which you're going to talk about in the real world is the closing attorney. But I need you to make a note to know that the closing attorney can also be referred to as the settlement agent. The closing attorney is the settlement agent. The settlement agent is the one that is conducting settlement and closing. So just on the same page of the verbiage, closing attorney is settlement agent. So to start off this section, we're going to talk about some pre-closing procedures. We've already gotten the buyer and seller under contract. So now this section is going to address now what? Congratulations, you're under contract. Now what the heck do we do? And that's also going to get us into a little bit more. We've pretty much covered buyer's due diligence process, but we're looking at it now from the standpoint, the perspective of the contract to closing process. There are different methods, different states with different methods. So we are a settlement meeting state. We're going to talk about a settlement meeting state versus how other states do it with an escrow closing. So here we are. Congratulations, folks, you're under contract. I have acceptance and I have communication of acceptance. We are officially under contract. And now the questions on our brain is, so now what do we do? Agents, we got to make sure we're assisting our sellers and buyers through the contract to closing process, just like we got the property listed and or we got the buyers out looking at properties, talking to lenders, that kind of thing. So one of the big things we're going to do is educate our parties about what comes next. Listing agents, the most of your work is done. Listing agents, the bulk of your work is done up front before you ever list the property. You got it listed, you got offers, you helped your sellers successfully negotiate. Listing agents at this point, pretty much all we have to do is keep the sellers on track, make sure they've moved out on time, talk to them about cutting off utilities and insurance. We'll get into that last minute stuff. But for the most part, the sellers just got to pack up and move out. Buyer's agents. Now that we're under contract, this is when your job really starts. Prior to this point, we've just been out looking at pretty houses with our buyers. But now that we're under contract, this is when our jobs really start, because we're going to make sure that we walk our buyers through their due diligence process. We're going to make sure that we understand, our buyers understand the things that they should consider doing as part of their due diligence. And as mentioned, the longest piece of the contract to closing piece is the loan. So buyer's agents, the moment you get that signed contract in your hand, I want you to immediately send it to the lender. The lender now has what they need to start the loan application process. But they need the longest. We talked about when we looked at our contract, how much time do we need for due diligence? Well, that's a good question to ask the lender. Once you've worked with the lender a couple times, you know their turnaround time. But if you haven't worked with the lender, we need to pick up the phone and call and ask so we can make sure we get our buyers enough time. Remember, we said to you guys, it's incredibly rare for the buyer to have final loan approval while we're still in due diligence. In all my years, I've ever known one buyer to have loan approval while we're in due diligence. What we're shooting for in due diligence is to get this loan through the first round of underwriting. Once the attorney gathers what they need from the borrower, from the property, we have the appraisal. They're going to send it through the first round of underwriting. And we need it to come out of underwriting while we're still in due diligence, because when it comes out of underwriting, what we get is a pretty good idea. And based off of the lender's pretty good idea, the buyer has a choice to make. Do I proceed with or terminate the transaction? By this point, we might be days, only days away from due diligence ending. It might be I get a pretty good idea today and due diligence is up tomorrow at 5. If the lender says things are looking okay, we're doing good, then the buyer will probably choose to continue on with the transaction. But if it comes out of underwriting and the lender says, this isn't looking great, I don't know if we can pull this off, we need some more documentation, we need more information, the buyer's got a decision to make. Do they proceed with or terminate? If they proceed with, and we terminate for any reason after due diligence, and that includes failure to get loan approval, the buyer's now in breach. Seller will keep the due diligence and the buyer will lose their earnest money deposit. So loan process, get that ball rolling, make friends with lenders, make friends with your buyer's lender as the two of us are working together to get our buyer, borrower, client through the transaction. So we went under contract. We sent that contract to the lender so they can start going on their thing. The next thing we need to do is get that contract to the attorney so they can start their preliminary title search. We've already agreed on a date of settlement in the contract, so we can go ahead and get it scheduled, get on the attorney's books. Understand delays happen. We'll figure it out. If we have a delay, we'll reschedule it. But let's go ahead and get on the books. And then we need to, at some point, come back to our buyers very shortly after going under contract. And one of the first things we're going to do is recommend that they have some various inspections. Usually want to recommend the home inspection first. The home inspector's job is to go through the home and find the problems. Find what's not working as intended or as it should be. Please prepare your buyers for this, especially your first-time home buyers. The home inspector's job is not to go in there and tell your buyer what a lovely home they're getting ready to buy. It's to point out the problems. And if your buyer's not prepared for this, it could be a really scary report. All homes have problems. There's no such thing as a perfect home. So let's have the inspector find the issues and see if it's things that your buyers are willing to consider, things that they're willing to take on. Another inspection is the pest inspection. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But there's inspections for lead in the paint. There's inspections for radon. Generally speaking, though, it all starts with the home inspector. With the home inspector, think of the home inspector as kind of like your general practitioner. When you go to the doctor once a year for your annual physical. The doctor, they know a little bit about a whole lot of things, right? So they run all the tests, they do everything on you that they need to. And if one of those test results come back with something that the general practitioner does, they recommend you talk to another doctor, right? Maybe you need to see a cardiologist, or, for example, home inspector is the same way. They know a little bit about a whole lot of things. The home inspector knows if the electrical is not working. And if the electrical is not working the way that it should, then the home inspector is going to recommend that the buyer talk to an electrician. The home inspector could recommend that they talk to a plumber, or general contractor, an HVAC guy. So having the home inspection done first will allow your buyer time to have other inspections. They say this electrical, I don't feel good about this electrical. I think you should talk to an electrician. So now the next question is, buyers, would you like to have an electrician come in and address these concerns from the home inspector? I want time in the due diligence for the buyers to conduct all of their inspections, all of their investigations. There's a lot going on during due diligence. So buyers agents, have you a calendar so we can keep up with all these dates and inspections and appointments and etc. Also during due diligence, we want to encourage, if there's land involved, we want to encourage our buyer to have a survey. Obviously, if there's a condo, survey is not an option. If it's a townhome, I may not push it too hard. If I got a plat map, I can provide the plat map to my buyer. But if I don't have a plat map, or they're not sure about the plat map, then we want to recommend that they have a survey. Surveys are good for identifying like easements and encroachments. What are those property lines? What are the things within the property lines that are appurtenant? Flood insurance, the survey would identify if the property was in a flood hazard and may or may not require flood insurance, for example. Also, during due diligence, if a lender's involved, we'll have to get the appraisal done before or while we're in due diligence, before it can go to that first round of underwriting. The lender requires the appraisal. It's part of the lender's process. If it's a cash buyer, an appraisal is recommended, especially if that buyer starts asking a bunch of questions about value. We may suggest to that cash buyer that they get an appraisal. But if we're going through a lender, it's required. The lender requires it. And guess what? They let the buyer pay for it. Appraisal is one of the few things that the buyer can't pay for at closing. The appraiser's not going to go out and do their thing until they've been paid. So this is one of the few things that the buyer would have to pay outside of closing. Another inspection we briefly mentioned is that pest inspection. Don't let the name fool you. The pest inspection is not looking for all pests. The pest inspection is specifically looking for those that destroy wood destroying insects. Termites, powder post beetles, carpenter bees, etc. So when we talk about the pest inspection, know that what we're referring to are wood destroying insects. There's an old joke, I don't know how funny it is, but there's an old joke that says there's two types of home in North Carolina. Those that have had termites and those that will get termites. That's not a really funny joke, is it? But bump. Okay. Point is, termites love North Carolina. We got a good climate. We got good weather. North Carolina, the majority of our homes are wood framed. We're offering them a smorgasbord. So pest inspections are highly recommended. And what the inspector is looking for is evidence of the wood destroying insects. Maybe they're still there, maybe they're not. Termites, for example, will build little dirt tunnels to get from the ground to the wood. So the pest inspector is looking for evidence that those little buggers have been here. So with that being said, if your home inspector sees evidence of other pests, rodents, for example, they'll report that on the home inspection report. What I need us to know is that the pest inspection is specific to those that destroy wood. Pest inspection is usually recommended unless your buyer's getting a VA loan. Pest inspections are required on VA loans. If the property is on an on-site septic system, we want to encourage the buyer to have a septic inspection. If it's public sewer or community sewer, nothing to worry about. But if the septic system is on site, we want to encourage the buyer to have a septic inspection done as part of their due diligence. If your buyer's buying land to build, they're buying vacant land and it's not plumbed for public. They have to put in an on-site septic system. We're going to encourage them to do what's called a PERC test, PERC, to make sure that the soil is suitable, to make sure that the ground will support an on-site septic system. Everybody remind me, our septic permit allows how many human heartbeats per bedroom? How many human heartbeats per bedroom? 2. And I specify human because our 4-legged family members don't count. So 2 human heartbeats per bedroom, the septic permit. So in other words, if the septic permit says the septic will handle 3 bedrooms, what they're telling you is that it will has the capacity for 6 people. And it's bedrooms, not bathrooms, because it's not just bathroom water that's leaving the house. It's all water leaving the house. Kitchen sink water, dishwater water, dishwasher water, washing machine water. Listing agents, prepare your sellers. Let your sellers know what to expect if the buyer does have a septic inspection. Because if they don't know what is going to happen, they're going to freak out a little bit. The only way for them to inspect an on-site septic tank, y'all, they're bringing in the backhoe. They got to dig up the ground around it. They got to get to the tank. Now, when they're done, they'll fill the dirt back in. They'll pat it back down. But if your sellers aren't prepared for this is personal experience, by the way, they're going to call you freaking out. My seller said, I think he's getting his gun. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let me talk to them. It is all good. That's what they do. If we know of recent construction or renovations, maybe you see the room in the back of the house being built, or maybe when this gets finished, you look at the vinyl siding and you say, well, goodness, that's close, but it's not an exact match. Remember, we're always out looking for those little red flags. We're asking questions, especially when a little red flag goes up. So if we see recent construction and renovations, I got questions like, hey, did y'all pull permits to add this room to the back of the house? Did y'all pay the mechanics? Is zoning okay with this? Or covenants okay with this? So as a buyer's agent, remember the buyer, caveat emptor, buyer's learning as much property they possibly can, because the seller doesn't have to disclose much. And buyer's agents understand that when you sign a buyer agency agreement, you're taking on that responsibility with your buyer. I'm taking on that responsibility to help my buyer learn as much about the properties they possibly can. So we're looking for those red flags all throughout the buyer's due diligence. I'm not telling you not to buy. I'm just saying, red flag. Let's look into it. Let's learn more about it. Questions so far on buyer's due diligence? You got checklists. I don't want you to worry about that. You have checklists, you have help. We'll get our buyers through. Questions so far? Take 10. We're back. Cameras are back. I am taking attendance. And let's keep going with your buyers' contract to closing process, specifically their due diligence process. So even though they found the one and we wrote it up, we're still on the lookout for those little red flags. Every time I get to go in the home to meet an inspector, or, the buyer may want to go in and I don't know, look at paint samples, something like that. We want to try to get the buyer in, a couple times, obviously respecting the fact that the seller still lives there. So if the home's occupied, I try and get all my inspections on the same day, for example, so we don't have to inconvenience the seller. But every time we are able to get in the home while we're under contract, it's amazing how we see things we didn't see things the first time. And the third time you see things you didn't see the second time. So each time we can get in to meet an inspector, we're still helping the buyer see and learn things because it's a lot to take in. So looking for these recent renovations, asking questions, knowing when our little red flag goes up. Another thing, buyer's agents, I want you to get your buyer working on early in the due diligence process. I want them shopping around for homeowners insurance. And note what I just said. I want them to shop around. I'm going to give them 2 or 3 homeowners insurance agents. All homeowners insurance agents have different policies, different premiums. The only way for your buyer to determine which one is the best for them is to talk to a couple, shop around. So never look at your buyer and say, this is the homeowner's insurance policy you're going to get and you're going to like it. Let them shop around, let them to decide. With that being said, if the buyer's getting a loan, the lender will require homeowner's insurance. The lender requires it. Cash buyer is highly recommended. So we're getting a loan, the lender's requiring homeowner's insurance. It's not just any policy, though. The lender has to approve the policy that your buyer decides on. So by getting them shop around early, we can have them decide on a policy, the lender can approve it. And more importantly, if homeowners insurance, if the people or the property have a history of claims, then premiums might be a little higher. And if they get so high that they're more than the buyer's allowable monthly payment, then we're not getting loan approval. And as a buyer's agent, if I have to terminate, I want to do so within due diligence so I can get my buyer their earnest money back. So getting approved for the policy, making sure they can afford the policy, all that should happen in due diligence. Another thing that may come up during due diligence, particularly with new construction, are the roads. Public versus private roads answers the questions, who maintains it? So if it's a private road, that means the residents that live there maintains it. You might be in some kind of HOA, some kind of covenants. The lender may want to see the private road agreement. So we may be getting requests from the lender for various things, helping the buyer learn and review about everything. Another thing that comes up during due diligence are these environmental factors that we talked about. So if the home was built prior to 1978, then we may want to encourage the buyer to have the paint tested for lead. The home inspector can often help with that. So giving them time to have those testings performed should they choose. Also, if the home was built prior to 78, we may detect, or the home inspector may detect, asbestos. We said as long as it's intact, it's fine. It's when it becomes friable that's a problem. So we're just learning about the property as much as we possibly can for your buyer to decide if they want to move forward with or terminate. I recommend my buyers to get a radon test. Home inspector can help. Home inspector is a great place to start with all of these other tests, other inspections. So the home inspector is always a good place to start. More often than not, the home inspector can conduct a radon test. Anybody remember the magic number with radon? Picocuries is the fun word, but what's the anything more than what picocuries is the concern? Yep. Yep. Anything more than 4 picocuries is defined as undesirable. And I don't know what they are until we have it tested, until we have that radon tested as part of their inspection. If there are issues with, or we're concerned about issues with mold, we can have that tested. Again, the home inspector can help point us in that right direction. Maybe your buyers have sensitive allergies to mold. Maybe you smell something a little musky. Maybe the seller has disclosed previous water damage. Those are all little signs, red flags. If your buyer's concerned about mold, we can have that done. And then if we have reason to suspect, or if the listing agent has indicated that this home was previously used as a meth lab, again, there's things that the buyer can learn more about that. It's all a matter of them learning as much as they possibly can because they're trying to decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? And they can't truthfully answer that question until they've conducted their tests and inspections. I'm not making anybody do anything. Not many of these are required. We said pest inspection if it was a VU, appraisal if you're going through a loan, home insurance if you're going through a loan lender. But like the home inspection isn't required. The pest inspection, unless it's a VA, it's a VA. So all I'm doing is making recommendations, making suggestions. I advise you to have a survey. I advise you to have a radon test and explain to them the importance of these things. Questions? So we've done our inspections, investigations. We've had our tests. The home inspector said, talk to the electrician. So we talked to the electrician and now we have a report from them. Maybe we have a radon test. We got all this information in our hands now. And at some point during the process, the buyer may mention, or you need to bring it up, the idea of asking for repairs, asking the seller to do repairs. Always remember, the seller is not obligated to fix anything. They don't have to change a light bulb if they don't want to. The seller doesn't have to fix anything. However, as a buyer's agent, I can always ask. Prepare your buyer for the seller's 3 possible choices. I've asked for repairs. The seller could agree to do all of the repairs. They could agree to do none of the repairs. Or they could agree to do some of the repairs. We are in round 2 of negotiations, and prepare your buyers for the seller saying some or no. It's every right in the world that they have in North Carolina. Prepare your buyers for this. And your buyer's going to say, well, what if they don't fix anything? They say they're not fixing anything. What do? Now knowing what you know, and now knowing that the seller is not willing to do anything, do you want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? We are still in due diligence. We are still in their easy out. Even if the home is advertised as is, I generally tend to think as is means that the seller's not willing to do repairs. But if my buyer client wants me to ask, the worst they can say is no. Tell your buyers it's advertised as is, which leads me to believe the seller's not willing. But hey, let's give it a shot. You got to shoot your shot sometimes, right? The seller cannot terminate because we asked for repairs. The worst the seller can say is, no, I'm not fixing anything. If they do agree to do anything, if they agree to change a light bulb, I have a form to aid us in repair negotiations. And the form serves as an amendment. And the amendment is changing one sentence in the contract. And that sentence that we are changing is, this property is being sold in its current condition. If the seller agrees to do anything in writing, I now have an amendment that says this property is no longer being sold in its current condition. It's being sold in the condition once the seller does the agreed upon repairs. Thank you. Questions about the repair negotiations? Things that may or may not come up while we're still in due diligence. If the home is currently tenant occupied, if I got a valid lease, remember the buyer buys acquiring the lease by acquiring the tenant. Hopefully we know it's tenant occupied before we see the property. If not, we know about it now. And if the tenant's not going anywhere, then the buyer needs to understand that you gotta honor that existing lease, that current lease. So if it is tenant occupied, we got that additional provisions addendum that covers things like the lease, the security deposit, how much is rent, is the tenant delinquent, are they on time? The seller's going to provide the buyer with the information they need to learn about their tenant. And that's going to be covered under the additional provisions addendum. The lease is not going to automatically terminate because the buyer buys. We're going to talk about landlord tenant security deposit. That's 13. We'll hit that next week. Still in due diligence. Of course, we got everybody working for us. It takes a village to buy a house. So as a buyer's agent, you're kind of controlling the villagers. So we got our settlement agent. We sent them the contract so they can do their title search. We did that almost as soon as we went under contract. So we can get on the books. They can find any title defects that need to be cleared up, that cloud on title that needs to be cleared up before we can convey. The lender, we talked about that, getting the signed contract to the lender as soon as we go under contract. Call your buyer, tell them the good news, do your mini celebration, and then shoot this contract over to the lender so they can start. Closer to closing. Once we get through the first round of underwriting, it's not uncommon for the loan to come out the first round of underwriting with the lender requesting a little bit more information. Maybe they need more documentation, whatever. We're just going to get them what they need so they can process the loan. And at some point in the process, the lender and the closing attorney have to work together. They have to communicate. The lender, remember, the lender is working with the borrower. The lender has no relationship whatsoever with the seller. We're working with the borrower to get them to originate a new loan. So the lender has to, at some point, communicate with the closing agent, the closing attorney, so we can make sure that the buyer borrower stuff is all on point. So a couple units ago, we briefly introduced you to TRID. And now that we're here at closing, dealing with settlement statements, closing disclosures, things like that, we come back into TRID a little bit. And one thing TRID says is that, remember, it's a consumer protection agency. And the consumer that we are protecting in this transaction is the borrower, because they are the ones that are originating a new loan. The lender has nothing to do with the seller. TRID has nothing to do with the seller. The buyer is the star. And one thing TRID says is that we don't want the seller to see any of the buyer's numbers. They don't need to see the buyer's loan information, their interest rate, what is their debts, how much down payment they have. TRID said that none of that is the seller's business. All the seller should care about is, can they afford to buy my home? So because of that, we got to keep everybody's numbers different. Specifically, I got to keep the seller away from the buyer's numbers. So because of that, due to TRID, we now have 2 closing disclosures. The lender's going to work on the buyer's closing disclosure because the buyer is the lender's client. The closing attorney is going to prepare the seller's closing disclosures. So the lender's working with the closing attorney to prepare the buyer's CD, but the lender has nothing to do with the seller. They have no relationship with the seller whatsoever. We're going to, probably in just a few minutes, actually, we're going to look at some sample loan estimates, sample closing disclosures, kind of seeing examples of what those will look like. And where we're heading on Tuesday, we're going to pick up calculators and we're going to calculate some, I call them mini CDs. We do not have to do a full-blown closing disclosure yet. But what we do in pre-licensing is a mini closing disclosure, specifically where we look at the buyer's debits and credits. And studying their buyer's debits and credits, we can determine how much does your buyer have to bring to closing. So that's math that we have to look forward to next week on Tuesday. Back to this though. When we looked at our contract the other day, we defined on our terms and definitions that there is a difference between settlement versus closing. And for our exams, we need to see that difference. Settlement is when we go to the attorney's office. Buyers and sellers sign. Parties that owe money, buyer almost always has to bring funds. If the seller's underwater, they may have to bring funds as well. So settlement is when we go to the attorney's office for buyer and seller to do their thing. And when we're all done with settlement, we get up and we leave. And the attorney proceeds with closing. So the attorney is going to send the loan packet back to the lender for final loan approval. The lender's not going to release the loan until they've seen their signed loan packet. And the lender's going to make sure we didn't miss a signature. They're going to make sure all T's are crossed and I's are dotted. And once the lender's satisfied with the final loan package, then the lender releases the loan amount. So the attorney is communicating at closing, communicating with the lender, putting the finishing touches on everything so we can get that money. Also, after settlement, as part of closing, the attorney is offering their opinion of title to the title insurance company So they are ready to release the policy the moment the buyer becomes the owner. And the very last act, the thing that we are all sitting around patiently waiting on, is for the attorney to record the buyer's brand new deed at the Register of Deeds. And then and only then is it a done deal. Our contract says that buyers should not get possession until their brand new deed has been recorded. You and I are not going to get paid. We do not get commission until the last act of closing, recordation of the buyer's new deed at the Register of Deeds. That's when you get an email from the paralegal, usually short, sweet, and to the point. It says, "We are on record." And that's what you need to know to give your buyer their keys, get your check, or make arrangements for your check. Your firm may have policies on how they want you to get their check. Seller's not getting their proceeds until it's recorded, until it's a done deal. It's not a done deal until it's recorded. What question? By the way, we just closed, y'all. Congratulations. We are on record. Contract to closing process is, in fact, a process. Buyer's agents, I need you to be organized. I need you to have a calendar. I need you to have a system, which your firm will help you with. Because think about it. If you're doing good, probably working with more than one buyer at the same time. If you're doing good, you might be working with multiple buyers and sellers. So having your system, your checklist to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for each buyer, each seller, keep those dates in mind. I'm coordinating it all. Questions on the contract to closing process? So there's a couple different closing method states. North Carolina is a settlement meeting method state. I'll talk more about that. But other states might use an escrow method. I'll say this. Let me say this. The majority of the country is an escrow method closing state. There's only like 6 or 7 states that are not. So we are unique in this. And with an escrow closing state, it's typically handled by the title insurance company. The title insurance company handles the closing through escrow. Buyer and seller may never meet. They just send in their paperwork. The title insurance company processes the whole thing. What we do, along with 5 or 6 of our other states, doesn't matter which ones, but what we do in North Carolina is the settlement meeting. And in North Carolina, the settlement meeting is handled by an attorney, a settlement agent. North Carolina is an attorney close state. Attorney close state. We let attorneys handle it. So why is this important? You very well likely will be working with a buyer that's coming into North Carolina from another state. And they may be very familiar with buying homes in other states, but they don't know how to buy a home here. And at some point in the transaction, because we don't know no different, and at some point in the transaction, the buyer may look at you and say, "Do I have to hire an attorney?" We think, gosh, what a weird thing to ask me. Why would they not hire an attorney? Because they're not coming from a settlement meeting method state. So we just need to be prepared. If they ask that question, you know they're coming from an escrow, and we need to explain to them how we do things here, which is by the use of closing attorneys. settlement agents. So the attorneys take everything, they communicate with the title insurance. I've never met or talked to a title insurance person. I let the attorney take care of all that. So the attorney's doing their thing. They're recording the register of deeds. Again, that's when money changes hands and the buyer gets keys, garage door openers, gate codes, whatever they need, possession. Please, 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 buyer's agents, do not give the keys to your buyer prior to that deed being recorded. The contract tells us not to do that. But until that new deed is recorded, it's still the seller's property. Your buyer's going to look at you at settlement and say, oh, just give me the key. I promise I won't go in until you tell me it's okay. Y'all going to believe that? Shake your head no. So the buyer who promised you, they go on to their new home because it's okay. It's close enough. It'll record. They walk in the front door, they fall down and they hurt themselves. That's still on the seller. The seller's liable for that. You guys with me? It's not the buyer's property until it is. So when I go to closing as a buyer's agent, I ask the attorney for the key ahead of time. They know my intention ahead of time. And I keep that key securely in my pocket. And I tell my buyers, I'm going to get an email that says, we are on record. Where would you like to meet up? So I can give you your key. When and where would you like to meet up? Usually it'll happen on the same day. Fingers crossed. It should happen on the same day, pending anything unforeseen. The contract tells us, oh, and by the way, I got a state law that tells me as well. North Carolina Good Funds Settlement Act says that money shouldn't change hands, possession shouldn't change hands until that deed has been recorded. When my husband and I bought our house 5 years ago, we bought during the pandemic, and I got to wear two hats in that transaction. I got to be the buyer and I got to be the buyer's agent. Pause and think about that. Yeah, I got a commission after I bought my house. What's up? That's how you pay for closing costs right there, right? Okay, so that was very helpful, not going to lie, but I got to wear two hats. And so as the buyer's agent, when we were at the attorney's office, I put that key securely in my pocket. And we left the attorney's office and my husband said, can we go? And I said, as his agent, no, we cannot until I'm notified. So I let him take me to lunch. We went to Home Depot because that's what you do when you buy a house. You just go to Home Depot. And somewhere in Home Depot is when I got the email that said, we are on record. And that's when the buyer and me said, woohoo, we can go to our new home. Please, you guys. It protects everybody, including yourself. Questions? Another thing that comes up, another thing that happens on settlement day, on the day of settlement and closing, we got to talk about is both parties' homeowners insurance. So the buyer's new policy is going to begin when they become the owner, when that deed records, their policy is going to kick in. And also when that deed records is when the seller can cancel theirs. Listing agents, make sure your sellers know not to cancel their insurance until you've notified them that it has recorded, that it's no longer theirs. They've got to keep the home insured. There's a common misconception out there that the home is doubly insured on closing day, and it's not. Both parties' policy, there's a definite time that the deed records. The seller's end when the deed records, the buyer's starts when the deed records. So if the house burns down on closing day, both insurance companies are going to want to see who was the owner, what time did the house burn down, and what time did the deed record. You're not doubly insured, but it's to the minute, to the moment that that deed changes hands. Risk of loss in our contract says that the seller must keep insurance until it closes. Another thing that the attorney will do, the closing attorney will do, they do help the seller out a little bit. They do a few things for the seller. And another thing that the closing attorney will do, once the seller's mortgage is paid off, the attorney is communicating with the seller's lender to get that paid off, to get that payoff balance. Once the seller's lender is paid off, the closing attorney will usually file the mortgage cancellation or the deed of release, showing that the seller paid before they record the buyer's new deed. We need the register of deeds to kind of tell the story. Sellers paid this off, and then they conveyed title to the buyer. So the attorney records in a very specific order so that the link of the chain, the conveyance is link. Just tell your seller it could be, 30, 60 days. It could be a while. I always tell my sellers, give it about 30 days and they can go check the register of deeds and make sure that that deed of release, it's a public record. Just takes time to upload, takes time to process. I always tell my buyers, give it a couple days and go check the register of deeds to see your new deed, to get a copy of your new deed. So that's the beautiful thing about public records is we can all access them. So a little bit of follow-up afterwards to make sure so everybody has that satisfaction. And another thing that the attorney will do for the seller, upon the sale of the property, there's a tax form 1099-S. You don't need to know that, be specific. What you do need to know is there's a tax form for the seller to report the sale. And just in case the seller forgets, the attorney generally files that for them on their behalf. The question is, do I have to pay taxes? I don't know. Now we need to talk to your accountant. The accountant can answer questions when you buy or sell. What kind of tax consequences are you looking at? There's a lot involved. Both agents are involved. We're often communicating amongst each other to make sure that those wheels are still turning, to make sure that that contract to closing process is still moving, is still going. Questions on the contract to closing process? I want you guys to grab your books and turn with me to page 163. Page 163. And on page 163, what we're looking at is a sample loan estimate. TRID requires the lender to send the borrower a loan estimate. Does anybody remember how many days after loan application? How many days after loan application do we have to send the lender send the loan estimate? Yeah, look at you guys go. When it comes to TRID, A good rule of thumb is 3. So within 3 days of loan application, the lender is required to send the borrower a loan estimate. Please note the word estimate. Y'all, presumably, we just went under contract less than 3 days ago. I don't have final end all be all numbers yet, but we have some numbers to play around. Now, there's TRID rules to make sure that the lender doesn't underestimate things. We want to give the buyer like the worst case scenario. And we're going to see those numbers adjust, but hopefully we're going to see those numbers come down. So on the loan estimate, they tend to overestimate things. Again, give the buyer the worst case scenario. So what we got with the loan estimate, you can see on page 163, there's my applicant, the property sales price. Then I got the loan terms. It's a 30-year conventional fixed rate loan. Rate was locked in on this date and time. We know what our interest rate is. I got my loan amount. There's my interest rate. Next to it, can this amount increase after closing? So it's pretty clear. There's your estimated principal and interest, your estimated debt service, P&I. Is there going to be a prepayment penalty? Yes or no? Is there a balloon payment? Yes or no? Here's some projected payments. We know principal and interest, but we got to guesstimate insurance, taxes, etc. And then as you come down to the bottom of page 163, there are the buyer's estimated closing costs and the buyer's estimated cash to close. So within 3 days of loan application, the buyer has been given an estimated cash to close. TRID is okay if the estimated cash to close goes down. The lender could face consequences if the estimated cash to close is higher than the estimate. So often the lender's overestimating, again, worst case scenario. Now, they just don't throw that number out there and say, you owe me $16,054. Please turn to page 164. And 164 gives us the breakdown of how we came to that $16,054. So we talked to buyers about their things like loan costs, prepaids, initial escrow, title insurance. Still on the loan estimate, 165, not much to see there. So loan estimate within 3 days of loan application. And it's meant to give the buyer an idea. This is how much you need to bring. When we talked about TRID, when we first introduced this, TRID came to be as a direct result of the housing market crash. And y'all, there were times that buyers didn't know that $16,054 until like the day before closing. There were times that buyers didn't know what their monthly payment was going to be until they were sitting at the closing table, at the settlement table. Does that make your heart flutter a little bit? That makes me so nervous. And TRID said, that's not really cool. Buyers should be able to get the chance to look at their numbers, think about their numbers, make sure they're good with the numbers. So as a direct result of the housing market crash, we now have, not only do we have a loan estimate, but we have a requirement for it to come out. Again, as long as the numbers go down, it's okay. The problem is when the numbers go up. So 3 days after loan application. Now fast forward to closing, and we're going to look at page 166. Our closing disclosure. TRID requires the lender to send the borrower their final CD how many days prior to settlement? How many days prior to settlement? What did we just say a good number was for TRID? 3. So 3 days prior to settlement, the lender must send the borrower the closing disclosure. Buyer's agents, get your buyer ready for this. Tell your buyer, the lender is getting ready to send you a very important email. I need you to stop what you're doing and acknowledge it. Sign off on it. There will be instructions from the lender on how they can do that. But guys, failure to acknowledge it means we're going to have a delay in closing. They must allow for that 3 days. And if your buyer doesn't sign it, then we don't have acknowledgement. Remember in TRID world, days for TRID, they're banking days? TRID days. They're just TRID days. Monday through Saturday counts in TRID world. Sunday doesn't count. Holidays don't count. And you always start, when we're counting days, you always start the day after receipt or acknowledgement. So if the lender sends your buyer their CD today, your buyer signs off on it today. Friday is day 1. We always start counting the day after receipt. So Friday is day 1. Saturday is day 2. We do not count Sunday. Monday is day 3. So if your buyer signs off on their CD today, what I'm saying is the earliest we can close is Monday. You have to allow for that 3 days. If closing is scheduled for Monday, we're good to go. If closing scheduled for Friday, we're in a delay because you have to allow, you must allow for those 3 days. So we have our buyer's closing disclosure. Again, same information at the top. There's our loan amount, interest rate. The payment might have adjusted a little bit. But go down to the bottom of page 165. Compare the closing costs and the cash to close from 165 to 163. Closing costs went up a little bit. That's okay. Because look at what happened to your buyer's cash to close. They were told they had to bring $16,054. But when it came down to it, all they have to bring is $14,147.26. Isn't that good news for your buyer? Now they got money for paint. They got money to go to Lowe's. Anytime that cash to close comes down, it's okay. TRID's got a problem with the lender if those numbers go up. Again, we just don't throw that 14,147.26. We break it down on the CD for pages 167 and 168. I don't want you to get too bogged down on 167 and 168 yet. You may want to look it over just to get a better understanding. When you guys come see me in post licensing, that's the fun math we get to do. We are actually going to do a full-blown closing disclosure, and we are going to do pages 167 and 168. My favorite part of the CD, look at the top of page 168. You know, the loan estimate was a couple weeks, maybe a couple months ago. It's been a while since we've seen the loan estimate. So now fast forward to closing and the buyer's wanting a nice side-by-side comparison. And that's what we got at the top of page 168. What did we tell you at the loan estimate? What did we tell you at the final? And then the burning question is, did this change? Yes or no? It's pretty clear to the borrower what's happening to their figures, what's happening to their numbers. And then the bottom line, bottom of 168 on the left-hand side, there's my buyer's $14,147.26. So 167 and 168 are giving us the breakdown of how we got to that number. That's the mini CD you and I are going to do on Tuesday. The right-hand side then is what the seller's going to get. And guys, please just remember the real world, buyer and seller are not going to be on the same CD. We're going to have 2 separate CDs. But to save a tree, they put us on the same one here, for example. We're going to learn on Monday. Now, why did I say Monday? We're going to learn on Tuesday. Do not come to class on Monday. Fair? Okay, so we're going to learn on Tuesday. We're going to talk about these debits and credits. We're going to talk about how we can get to how much does your buyer have to bring to closing. What questions do I have? to help get you ready for Tuesday, I've got a document for you guys in our Google Drive. And the document I have for you guys is I call it a cheat sheet, but it's a breakdown of what are the things that are debits to the buyer, what are the things that are credits to the buyer, what are the things that are debits to the seller, what are things that are credits to the seller. So we'll look at this briefly on Tuesday, but I do think let's call this your formula. Like this is the big trick. So we can determine how much does your buyer have to bring to closing. That's what your test question is going to ask you. So some of you may be sitting there right now going, then why do I care about the sellers? Why do I care about the sellers' debits and credits? And the answer to that is because they like to give you distractors. So if we know who's responsible for what, when we're asked the question, how much does your buyer have to bring to closing? By being aware of the seller's debits and credits as well, we know those distractions. So Google Drive, and again, just kind of a breakdown, buyer, seller. There's those prorated items that we talked about of taxes, or that we're getting ready to talk about, excuse me. We're going to talk about prorating. We're going to talk about, have taxes been paid or are they unpaid, or HOA dues paid or unpaid? And how does that shake out? So to get us ready for Tuesday, I encourage you to look at this sheet. This is your formula for these closing disclosure problems. No, you cannot use this on your test. It's only a cheat sheet to get us ready for the test. Everybody hearing me? Let's not be confused about that. No books, no notes, no nothing for your exam, just you and your calculator. So this is where we're heading on Tuesday. Next week, we're going to finish 11. All we have left to do is some math. We're going to do proration math. We're going to talk about some interim interest. We're going to talk about what that means. We're going to learn how to calculate it. And then we're going to figure out how much your buyer has to bring to closing. That'll knock out 11. After that, on Tuesday, we're going to get through unit 13. 13 is my landlord tenant unit. So we're going to switch gears one more time. We're no longer working with buyers and sellers. We're going to act as a property manager in unit 13. And then we're going to finish up with unit 15. And I'm going to be very honest with you guys. We have already covered the majority of unit 15. There are some sections that we haven't hit on yet, we've mentioned. But unit 15 is your state specific unit. Units 1 and 15 are state specific. So I encourage you to use unit 15 as a really good review. We're going to hit on the highlights, the things that we haven't discussed yet. It'll take me about 15, 20 minutes to get through the units that we skip. So we'll do that on Thursday. We have a very important topic, non-testable topic that we need to talk about on Thursday as well. And that non-testable topic is agent safety. I want to make sure everybody's safe when you're out there dealing with the public. There's some crazies in the public. Y'all know that. So I always want you guys to be safe. I think it's the most important thing that we talk about. You're just not going to be tested on it. We're going to go over some exam rules and expectations. And we're done. So next week, if I can sum all that up, we're wrapping it up, you guys. Is it hard to believe? I always feel like I just met you guys. And now here we are already getting us ready to say goodbye. It's so hard to believe. But remember, you guys, when we're done on Thursday, you have to keep going until you get that license, get through that state exam. So we still have 4 units to cover. You guys have plenty of material to start studying. If you haven't, keep studying. If you have, time's a ticking. What questions can I answer? What things can I address? Yes, thank you. Question comes in, how many times can you take the state exam? As many times as you need to within that 6 month, that 180-day notice of exam eligibility. So you get the notice of exam eligibility and that gives you 180 days. If you don't do it within that 180 days, then you got to do the application piece of it again. You got to get a new notice of exam eligibility. What else? Guys, as we're studying, please remember I'm here to help. With that being said, I do have an announcement. I'd want everybody to be prepared. After next Thursday, after class next week, or the end of the day on Thursday, starting on the 17th, I won't be available to answer questions. I'm unavailable starting the 17th. So if you have questions after the 17th, you'll need to go to Lane. But I'm not available. So any questions for me, let's get those in within by the end of next Thursday. Everybody good with that? Ish? Yeah. Let me help until next Thursday. Okay? Okay. Y'all have a good weekend. We'll see you next week.